Check, check, hello, check, check mic, hello, check test, one, two, three, check. Just a minute, just a minute. Check one, check two, hello, check, testing, check. I'm not getting the signal again. The audio signal, this is the issue actually. Check one, two, three, check. Check one, check two, hello. Check, 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 check. Check one, check, test, check, one, two, three, check, hello. Check. Audio signal is not possible. There is some issue. Check, check, test, check, one, two, check. I can't check. Check. Just no, edit it will not come. YouTube, that is a big drawback. We can't change the devices. In Zoom, we have that option. In YouTube, we don't have. Check, check, hello, check. What's the channel name actually? What's the channel name? Check, check one. Check, check, hello, check. Check. Check one, check, hello, check, check, check.
Hello, hello, check. Hello, check. One, two, three. Mic testing. Hello, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, check. One, two, three. Mic testing. Hello, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, check. Check. One, two. Check. One. Check. 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 One, two, three. Check. Hello. 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 Check. One, two, three. Check. Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Check. One. Check. Two. Check. Hello. Check. 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 Check.
Start your animation. Good morning. So, I'd like to welcome all of you for this dialogue discussion. Uh, I'd like to start off by saying that the introduction is already there. We're looking for a constructive solution. We're not here to criticize A, B, or C, but at the same time, we have to strike a balance. By balance, I mean, on the one hand, we are very clear that distribution companies cannot be done away with. Without a discom, we can't function. in the power sector. But at the same time, we are also aware that distribution companies are not subject to competition as on date. The exercise of uh, content and carriage has been temporarily shelved, I imagine, where a generator could supply straight to the consumers of the discom. Uh, the effort of privatization of discoms has also been, for the moment, abandoned. Obviously, because of the tremendous pressure that has come on the central policymakers from various states. Um, but be that as it may, where various stakeholders today are very concerned with the increase in pricing. And the question now is, how do we strike a balance? And before we strike a balance, we need to know what exactly is the problem. And I think today's discussion, uh, my suggestion is that it has to be interactive. Please raise your hand, ask as many questions as you want from whichever speaker you have, or even just share your thoughts. You don't have to sort of ask questions. Um, but in the meanwhile, what I suggest is, let's keep it interactive. Number two, let's look at the problem in a forensic manner to see what the problem lies. Why is there a tariff increase? Why is there a tariff shock? Is the consumer able to bear this shock? For example, if you read the tariff orders in the ARR, you find that the Regulatory Commission, in its wisdom, rightly so, is trying to bring in best practices by clubbing the tariff of rural and urban India. Uh, the other thing the regulators attempted to, and that's had, of course, a price escalation. The other thing the regulators trying to do is make sure that demand charges are segregated from energy charges, because, as you know, earlier on, a lot of the demand charges were being collected through the energy cost, the energy charge itself. So the regulators tried to bring some kind of uniformity, and he wants the demand charges to be collected separately, uh, and of course energy charges should be collected separately. So there's an effort, I think, on the part of the Regulatory Commission to bring some um, uniformity or some clarity or some whatever. But in the process, what's happened is there's a tariff shock, and the tariff shock is pretty big, and it's affecting everybody. So we need to look at what is it that the Regulatory Commission is trying to do, and what is it that the consumers are going to be able to handle in terms of the tariff increase. Another interesting feature, if you read the tariff order on the ARRs particularly, is the fact that whatever the discoms asked, the regulators given more than that. Normally, regulators give less, and this is something very funny. Why should the Regulatory Commission give more than what the discom has asked for? Is something I'm trying to still figure out. I'm sure some of you experts in the audience know much better about what the reality would be. So I think we have a whole bunch of issues to look at. And my suggestion is, I'm going to ask each of you all to share your thoughts. Please arrange for a mic for everybody. Yeah. Share your thoughts, and then we will put down the essence of your thoughts on the screen, and take it as a part of the collective group discussions. At the end, we will come to some conclusions and recommendations, which will then make this a very constructive exercise. So without further ado, let me start off with you, Mr. Gujjar. Please introduce yourselves. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and then tell us what your concerns are.
Good morning, friends. I am Raghuraj Gujjar, Managing Director of Vrindavan Hydropower Private Limited. We operate two small hydro projects, and both are on the wheeling and banking arrangement. And the current recent hike in additional surcharge has affected many generating companies, IPPs, like our company. Now, as Mr. Dawal is already suggesting, there is a balance required between the solvency of the distribution companies and IPPs to also remain solvent in the process. And the tariff has to help the industries to be able to be viable in their business. So this is where the balance has to be struck by the commission. And in the process, maybe sometimes different people get affected. In this current context, one of the major concern from the IPP's point of view was the levy of additional surcharge, which has brought down the realization substantially, and that needs to be addressed. That's one point. At the same time, the industries feel their tariffs have gone up substantially. And when you look at all these things, the BESCOM tariff order, if you look at that consolidated sheet of the financials worked out, that still leaves a gap of a huge amount, I don't know, some 900, 4,000 crore something, which is uncovered, which means where do the discoms lead to with this type of shortfall? I mean, that is another question which needs to be addressed, because not that we have to think of BESCOM, but if we don't think of BESCOM, then who else has to think about it? As a consumer, we are the people who are going to pay for it. And what is it that we can pay, and how do we make the discom solvent? If the discoms are not made solvent, then this situation is going to affect the country. You know, like today, most of the discoms are bad and not doing well. And that is affecting the viability of the discoms business.
Mr.
So,
Gujjar, I want to ask you a very important point you raised. We are looking at bridging a gap on the BESCOM, this thing of about 4,000 crores. And at the same time, the regulatory commission is saying the cost to serve is around 7, 8, 9 rupees. But they are saying now you can sell to industries at 5 rupees. Now, I'm very confused. On the one hand, the commission is saying that there's a shortage of power. On the other hand, they're saying they have surplus power. If you have surplus power, how the hell can you have a loss? Can you just throw some light on that, since you know the system?
I really don't know this. I mean, I also have a similar question what you have, but let me try to think of possibly what others might be thinking. I don't know really what they are thinking. I don't have the inside knowledge about it. In business, there is always a variable cost of the product. The every additional unit produced, every additional unit of energy produced, there is a variable cost when it comes to thermal plant. That cost should be, in my opinion, around 4 rupees somewhere. The thermal cost should be variable cost, fixed cost. If you take it out, total cost should be 4.5, 5 rupees, and variable cost should be somewhere around 50-60% of it. Even if you take the worst percent cost, it should be about 2.5, 3 rupees. The variable cost.
This is thermal. Thermal.
What I'm looking at is that maybe they think that that last unit is shut down, not produced. If you produce, it will cost you at 3 rupees. Or whatever the cost. So that is below 5 rupees, at which possibly they are able to sell it. Okay, this is one of the
But
thoughts.
then why are they saying the cost to serve customers is 8 rupees or 9 rupees?
What happens is that, see, in a manufacturing company, see, we are able to produce 100 units. My capacity is 200. I may be making profit or loss at 100 is one part of it. But if I am able to sell the 101st and 102nd unit, it should give some contribution in a costing subject, in a cost accounting. When you look at it, there is a fixed cost, there is a variable cost, there is a total cost. Now, fixed cost is say 2 rupees, variable cost 3 rupees, total cost is 5 rupees. If I am able to sell it at above 5 rupees, I am supposed to make profit. But 2 rupees fixed cost, anyway I am incurring, whether I am able to produce or not, I am incurring. Now the incremental is 3 rupees variable cost. So if I spend 3 rupees, I will be able to produce one more unit, sell it at 5 rupees. That gives me a margin of some element, whatever it is. It's just numbers. So if you're able to produce it below 5 rupees and sell at 5 rupees, that should give a contribution to the...
Is everyone agreeing with what he's saying? No. Okay, Mike. Because I've still not got around it. Yeah. Please introduce yourself.
Hi everybody. This is Shivakumar from Greenco Group. Basically, whatever Mr. Guruja said, to some extent I would agree with that. So I've been doing this cost of service methodology for the discounts. So essentially right now what's happening, sir, is that cost of service methodology is based on embedded cost methodology. We don't use marginal cost principles. At least the discount don't use the marginal cost principles. It's basically the ARR divided by the sales. So that point would be a challenge.
Hold on. So I'm not an engineer. Thank God. I'm a layman. Okay, I'm a simple consumer. So what you're saying is that the number of units sold versus the sale figure is your cost.
Number of my total ARR divided by sales.
ARR is a document. I'm just asking the simple logic. So 67,000 crores for 60,000 units. Or it's the other way around. It comes around 9 rupees.
Right.
9.12. So what is this 9.12?
That is basically my ARR divided by sales. So
Hmm.
each unit will cost me for a discount
9
to
bucks.
serve, for a discount to serve one consumer. That
Right.
is the cost the discount will incur.
Fair
So
enough.
that is the cost. So just coming to relating.
Hang on. So why would I allow Bescom to sell at 5 bucks?
No, exactly. I am just coming to your point. So if I draw parallels with what the discoms have been doing in other progressive states like AP and Telangana, to attract the consumers and also to lower the cost, what they have done is they introduced ST incentive scheme. That is not exactly, they didn't give lower discount, but what they said is on a scientific principle, as what sir has explained, if I'm able to increase my load factor, obviously the discom is going to incur a lower cost to serve such kind of consumers. So if I'm having a higher load factor, they give incentive. So that's not necessarily discount to the cost of service. So that actually is a kind of a middle path wherein the discoms can also reduce the cost, make the tariffs attractive for ST consumers. At the same time, um, it's also on scientific principles, because if a industrial consumer is having a higher load factor, then obviously the discounts from a discount point of view it is better because the system utilization goes up. You are charging the consumer proportionally lower.
Hold on. Have you guys understood what this is? Anyone who doesn't understand, please raise your hand. Okay. So what you're saying is cost is 9 bucks, but 9 bucks 12 paisa, and they are now attracting new consumers to improve their load factor at that 68%, which is at night, versus that 86% during the day. They want the 68% to go up because we have surplus in the day, but we don't have surplus at night. We're overdrawing right now. We're overdrawing about 2,000 megawatts at night. So is that what you're saying?
But this system I'm not familiar with. So it may not be completely suited to this system, but on the overall principles, what I'm saying is it doesn't make sense to just give
So
a
what you're saying is
discount.
that theoretically this is correct.
Theoretically, no. Theoretically, it may not be correct also, because it's better to benchmark along according to load factor. You are just giving the discounted scheme that may not help actually. If you are giving a purely discounted scheme to attract consumers, that may be counterintuitive.
Basically to kill open access.
Exactly. That
Unko to, you have to shoot them, court martial the open access. See, the consumer should never have a choice. So that's very clear.
Yeah, that's not correct from both scientific principles, also from commercial principles. So what I'm saying is, if the discom wants to implement such kind of a scheme, it has to be based on scientific grounds. For example, let them come out with a load factor based incentive scheme that may work out, but not purely discount to the energy charges or whatever. So
Anyone else wants to contribute to this point? My friend from Greenco has raised. Amit, you want to say something? Mike, please. Mike for him.
So technically, if we see normally the marginal cost of supply basis, these numbers are generally derived with the intention that there is a lot of short-term procurements also. Unfortunately, in Karnataka, we have seen most of the sale happen, but not on the buy side, there is not much of it. So normally, like 300 MUs to 400 MUs, they sell, but the money is not contributing that much even in the other half. So the principle that just to even out the surplus we are selling, it is not actually holding grounds per se if we go into like dissection of what exactly we are saying. Since the data what we as consumer get is normally the output data, not the calculations, not the basis of calculations. Neither we get what all assumptions has gone into on those numbers. So scientifically, if they are not very transparent, I will say, and the calculations which is not shared with masses, we cannot assume that this is the average cost of supply. Although by all principle on all, so although by any principle, if as a regulator, they should have, there was a big mistake this time happened with everyone, all of our generators, all traders, everyone. Nobody has actually went into that thinking that this is election season and nothing will happen. That was the common thought process among ourselves, and that's how we got with all surprises. And just between transition, it happened. So now, what to be done? That is something we need to see how we go about it, because we have also sat with a lot of lawyers and all, being a generator, being a trader. So we are not actually being considered as affected party. So by system is always a consumer is only the aggrieved party. not a generator. So generator is always with pile of cash. You are sitting in your room, nothing is to be done. You have done a project. Now go back to home. That is the thought process we see day in and day out. So that mentality, I think that is something we need to challenge now. How to go about it? That is something is a bigger question with us, with everyone here. And in fact, all of the generators are impacted, but at the same time, it is not that consumer has paid. So consumer are also bombarded with all sort of new charges and losses, and not people. Everyone is very happy with the Delhi model, 200 unit free and 500 unit. Why 200? Why not 10,000? Why not 1 lakh unit free? But problem is just to create a political statement. These things have done, and without looking into merits of the case, we are sitting in a state where almost 30% of load is to agriculture load, where your AT&C losses are as high as 40%. So justifying giving free power to everyone, I don't see any merit, but means we are also limited by our choice. And
No, I mean, going back to the regulatory commissions, this thing. So what you're saying is that there's no transparency, and so we are not very sure whether these numbers are
so
correct.
the basis of calculation is never given. If you see all the public domain data, it is all Excel sheet which is thrown to you with all numbers. There is no logic given. What is the formula used in that cell? So in early days, I was also associated with ARR filing of one of the discom. It was always by choice. I'm not saying it is in general practice, but most of the data is okay. Fit nahi ho raha hai itna, acha theek hai, बढ़ा दो. So it's manually done. Now I am not blaming anyone, but problem is until unless I have that calculation data, I have that Excel sheet with all formulas and numbers to see and justify, I am not convinced. But problem is what I can do.
So basically, what you're saying is there's no transparency and there's no clarity. Now, can I ask a stupid question? I'm given to understand that maybe you can correct me because I'm not an expert on Karnataka, that a lot of the grid is unmetered, right? So, what is the accuracy of a lot of the data that is being given by the discoms to the regulator? How does the regulator verify that data? Because the metering is not in place, the modems are not in place. That's what I'm going to understand. Can someone throw some light on that, please? Asi, you want to talk? What is the actual situation on the Karnataka grid? I mean, oh yeah, okay, sure, sure. Please identify yourself, please. It's on, it's on.
Good morning, all. This is Mastan from Honda Motors. So,
From where?
Honda Motorcycle and Scooter India Private Limited. So, we produce two-wheelers. Okay, sir. See, just thinking of, everybody is having problem why these charges are increased in Karnataka government. Major problem is, now currently the government is having two-port tariff.
Can I ask you? That is a very important question. We're coming to that later. Can I just finish this point about collection of data from the discom to the regulatory commission? Then we'll come to the issue that you're raising a very important issue.
I will come there.
So come
Why?
straight to that. Yeah, please.
Because why people not able to understand the rise of cross subsidy or additional charges, these things. Currently, they have only two-port tariff. One is first tariff is for fixed demand charges. Second is the whatever operating charges, and they are simply energy charges. So when it come to you think as a discom, okay. In Karnataka, the major revenue, any government, they will get major revenue from the industries. All the industries are, migrating to the third-party PPA or self-investment. So because of this, what is happening? The discoms are under revenue loss. So to compensate these revenue losses, they are increasing the tariffs. But we are having the confusion that in which, portion of, suppose there is many types of operating charges. Example, no? So demand charges they will collect because they have already infrastructure they have. So they need to get the revenue, returns from the whatever infrastructure they have invested. Those revenues they will get through the demand charges. Second, operating charges, it will come very.
We know that. No, hold on. You are jumping the gun. My question is simple: is the data given by a discom measurable, verifiable by the regulatory commission? Is the question. That's what I want to ask first. So just hang on. Asim,
Yeah. So on the data point,
can you
there's a
come
few
closer?
things-
We can hear you.
Yeah. So there's a few things that come up on the data point of view. One is at a bulk level, the data does exist as to how much they are supplying. What does not exist, and this is not a problem specific to Karnataka. This, I mean, we've been dealing with a lot of states in terms of taking the data and understanding the demand. What we say is the demand is actually the net supply. There is no such thing as unrestricted demand data in any state so far as we've seen.
Let's stick to Karnataka. Let's not
So
talk.
yeah, coming
Yeah.
to Karnataka also. Now we are talking about.
Hang on. Let me just refine the question. Maybe you can help me because I don't understand. I'm just trying to learn. What I want to understand is that yes, you have pumped in so much energy into say a substation. Now from the substation, let's say it's 66 or 33 kV, the power has gone on to 11 kV. Is that an agricultural connection or is it a industrial connection or is it a commercial connection? How much power has gone to whom is what I want to understand. Is that verifiable and available in real time?
No, it is available only as an estimated percentage of a particular feeder. This may be, say, supplying certain amount of IP sets, but they do not know at a granular level to say that this is how much of exact MUs have been supplied for, say, agriculture, and this is how much. For industry, of course, it is known. Those are the
So
big
what you're saying is that the tariff order is on assumption.
there is an element of assumption. I wouldn't say it's a total shot in the dark, but
Yeah.
there is an element of
Yeah,
assumption.
there's a
based on
question.
that.
There's a mic at the back, please. So there's an assumption to a certain extent. Now we need to figure out that extent. Okay. Gulu, assumption.
Morning, sir. I'm from the State Road Dispatch Center.
Ah, welcome. Thank you. What's your name?
My name is Mohan Kumar.
Mohan, can you come closer to the mic? I'm so happy you're here. We want some real answers. Yeah.
What you are asking regarding this energy separations, regarding that, we have each and every consumer accountability is there. For agriculture, we made a dedicated agriculture feeders. For rural, we made a for every consumers, we have the separate meters we have installed. For that, we are accountability. Yes, we are maintaining each and every ESCOM.
But the regulatory commission is saying it's difficult for us to estimate the exactly in their own order. They're saying that. So why are they coming from?
Only IP set it is there. IP set we are dedicated somewhere. Suppose some domestic consumers are located in a farmer house. This their farming land. There the accountability are only 1 or 2% we are going to miss there. Apart from that, entire like consumption pattern of industrial, commercial, as well as this agriculture. Everything accountability is there. Only 1 or 2% we are missing in our state of Karnataka.
So Mohan Kumar, right? So Mohan, can I ask you a question? Why is there all of a sudden a revenue gap of 4,463 odd crores in 1 year for BESCOM? They don't even have too much agriculture in BESCOM, I imagine, right?
No. Even agriculture, there is so much of agriculture land in there. Like I think 30% from the agriculture demand
In Bangalore?
No,
In BESCOM area?
BESCOM area.
Okay.
BESCOM is
30%?
30%.
13%. Okay.
Not 13%. It's 30%. 30. You see, it's a comprised of this. For example, Bangalore BESCOM, Bangalore city, and Bangalore rural. This Chikballapura, Kolar, Davangere, Chitradurga. There are 5 districts are comprised of this BESCOM.
So BESCOM covers all that? Chikballapure
All the districts.
up till Kolar?
Kolar and even Chitradurga, Davangere, all these areas they are going to cover.
Okay.
Even they are.
I didn't know that.
It's a big area. BESCOM is a big area. Almost 50% of the state consumption is consumed by the BESCOM only.
So
And, this revenue
where
gap
is this 4,000?
This revenue gap, why it will happen means we are mix of resources. For example, we have installed capacity of renewables is 15,000, and this conventional is 15,000. Irrespective of the usage of this energy, we have to pay the thermal power stations. In a monsoon season, what will happen? We are going to consume from the renewable energy because it's a must-run status. We cannot curtail that. Irrespective of the consumption, suppose it's a overall state consumption is 7,000. My demand is 7,000. My RE install capacity is 15,000. Out of which, in a solar hours, it used to come 9,000. 9,000.
During day or during night?
Daytime.
Day.
Okay.
Okay.
7,000 is my demand. In a monsoon season, there is no agriculture demand. Only we are depending on this domestic and industrial and commercial. Agriculture hardly it will comes 8 to 10% in the monsoon season. During this time, we are going to pay the fixed charges to the thermal power plant. We have a nearly 10,100 megawatt. This 10,000 megawatt, hardly 10,000 megawatt thermal power station. For that, hardly in a day, we used to pay for 30 crores. This is going.
How much is 30 crores for per month?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh? Per day?
Not per day. Per day.
30 crores per day.
Yeah, 30. If all the generators are like available, if they are declared capacity, used to pay their fixed charges.
Okay.
Because of we are in the transition period. Not only like distributions are not in transition period, our commission is in not transition period. We are moving from gray to green. This is the cost going to increase for the power sector.
Can I ask you a question? Forgive me, I'm not an engineer.
Yes.
So you must bear with me. So when I have a power plant which I set up 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, that fixed charge should be going down.
Yes, it's a
right?
period of time it is going to down.
So our thermal capacity, if I remember correctly, because I was involved with KEB in the 80s and 90s, early 90s. So it was basically our thermal projects of KPC, the Adani project now, and Kudgi. Is there anything else?
Yes, even Kudgi and NLC is also there. CGS, we have a
Naiveli, yeah.
from thermal station, we have different sources. For example, UPCL Karnataka, 1,100 megawatt is shared with Karnataka. And our KPCL plant itself, 5,020 megawatt. And we have a CGS share of nearly 4,300 megawatt, out of which nuclear is single pot tariff. There is 700 megawatt, it will go out.
Kaiga.
Yeah, Kaiga.
Okay, yeah.
It's also become a must run. Nuclear also become must run. Irrespective of our requirement, it is going to run and we have to pay the charges. These are the mix of sources going to increase the power purchase cost. For example, now, irrespective of the, I'm just giving the example, we have demand is 7,000, our generation is 9,000. Because of must run status permitted in the regulations, IEGC grid code, we need to observe that entire RE power. We should not curtail even single megawatt. Even if we curtail 1 megawatt, so many litigations made by the IPPs. They are not knowing the grid operations. Because they are looking at their generation, they are also like seasonally, they will come and they are going to inject.
So what happens to this extra 2,000? You sell it, no?
The things.
You don't sell it?
We are sell irrespective of the market rate. We are going to sell in the market. We are going to lose also in the revenue. Because we cannot absorb entire power, we need to go at very lowest price. Those costs we are going to bear from the as a distribution company. That needs to be adjusted somewhere. Because it's transition, it's a given by the Ministry of Power, you need to meet this much renewable energy. Renewable energy is not a constant power. If suppose my revenue, this RPO obligation is this much, I need to miss, for example, simple 1,000 megawatt installed. If this much from the 1,000 megawatt, if it is not generated, I have to meet the RPO, otherwise I have to pay the penalty.
I understand, Mohan. My very important point you're raising, I'm just trying to figure that out. So when you sell this surplus power, I'm sure you are able to predict that this power, SLDC has all the data, I mean, you have everything. So you can predict that I'll have so much renewable energy. So don't you sell it in real time?
Yeah, we are going to sell it in the market.
Yes. So how do you sell it? Do you decide as SLDC to sell it or?
No. We have a separate power purchase company. It is
PCKL.
PCKL, it is there. They are going to sell. We are used to sell, say this much excess is there. It needs to be traded because we have to manage the grid. They have to take care of the commercial things.
Agreed.
Yes.
They have to go through the tendering process and all.
Yeah.
Now, is anyone here from PCKL? Hi. Can I have a mic for her, please? For ma'am? Please introduce yourself, ma'am. Thank you.
In PCKL, we don't do tendering and all. This power is being sold through exchange only. Because it has to be sold in real time as well as day-ahead market, week-ahead market. So it is through exchange only.
Okay. So then you don't need to tender, you just go through just sell it out to the whatever the exchange price.
Is there, no? ISP,
Correct. Correct. So that's fine. Now my question is, if someone was to give you a better price than the exchange, how would you handle it?
The
I'm
exchange
trying.
is designed that way. The exchange is designed that way where we bid what is the price I want, and the sellers will the buyers will bid the price at which they want to buy the power. So that thing it is adjusted by the exchange based on the requirement, demand and supply. I may request for 200 megawatt. I may tell that I'm ready to sell 200 megawatt. There may be buyers who are ready to buy 100 megawatt. They will match the rates. If the rates are matching, quantum is matching, 100 megawatt I will be able to sell. Another 100 megawatt I will have to cut.
You'll have to curtail.
Yeah, that is the way.
That means you'll ask the thermal to go down because
Yeah,
nuclear and
hydro is
renewable.
there.
Okay. So my question then is, supposing this, let's say Pagoda, right? Let's say it's 4,000 megawatts as an example. You're getting in the daytime. How much?
2,000.
Okay, 2,000. All of a sudden there's a cloud cover which comes and the load drops. I mean, the generation drops, right? And then you realize that you have to buy power. So how do you do that? Again from the exchange? Again.
Real time is also we are having we can buy power for in advance for two hours. For,
6 time blocks, no?
Yeah, 6 time.
1.5 hours.
8 time.
Oh, 8 time blocks.
2 hours. 15-minute wise time blocks. 8
Okay,
time blocks.
fair
2
enough.
hours.
So now what happens, ma'am, is the cloud came and the generation dropped. How much would it drop?
It depends on demand, sir. Every hour it depends on demand.
No. I'm talking generation. Solar generation will drop, no? With the cloud cover? Yes.
Depends, maybe 1,000, 1,500 megawatt. It will
Right.
drop. If
So
a
you're short
power
of
is the-
short of power, right?
Yes.
But by the time you buy the power, it's only 2 hours ahead, right?
But solar we are having at many locations. It is not only Pavgada. We are having at many
No,
locations.
I'm on an example that the generation drops. In how much time can you recover the? I'm trying to get to the deviation settlement penalty, the deviation penalty. So I'm trying to figure that out. Mohan is the expert. Okay, Mohan, off you go. Okay.
Usually this
I'm so happy Mohan is here, Thanks. Yes, Mohan.
yes, sir. Usually what will happen in the real time? Concentrated solar parks are there.
Can you have a proper mic for the gentleman? He's an important guy, yeah? Come on. ये mic दे दो boss. Yes, Mohan.
Actually, in a cloud covers, what you are asking in there, like concentrated solar parks are there. No, your entire country is facing, like in a Badla as well as in Pavagada. They are also in Rajasthan to 2,000 megawatt at the same place, and in Karnataka, 2,000 megawatt in the same place. Cloud at a time we are facing in a block in a minute we are going to lose 500 to 600 megawatt in a block. It cannot be managed by this. This mic is not taking wording properly. I think you see.
Hello.
Sir.
Your mic go, Baba, please. Come on. Please fix the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah. There we cannot manage from the market also because market gateway closed by 6 or 7 block even odd blocks they are going to close. It will happen in a real time. Other things can be matched by the scheduling process for thermal and other hydro things. For renewables, if it goes out, we cannot do these things. That is the things I mentioned in the beginning. We are in the transition period. We need to come up with storage for whatever whatever the solar goes up in a minute of 800 megawatt. This it should not be managed by the DSM. We are going to pay the huge penalty from this and this DSM account.
I'm coming to DSM.
Yeah.
But what I want to ask you is when she wants to schedule the power or buy the power,
Yeah.
what is the time lag?
Yeah, that is we used to say from our side, not from the PCKL side. We want a power, we'll inform to our PCKL, we want next 1.5 hour, another 200 megawatt or 1,000 megawatt we want. We'll take it.
Then you'll ask the thermal to ramp up, no?
Now, if we exhausted every resources from our side, then only we'll go to the market. Suppose if the thermal rates are very high, we will go to the market. Suppose one example, one IPP is there, its rate is 7 rupee. Market is playing nearly 3 rupee or 4 rupee. We'll quote another 300 megawatt from the market. We'll not raise the thermal generation. This is the real time operations will happen.
No, it's fine. What you're saying is fantastic. It's music to me.
Yeah.
I mean, but my question still remains unanswered
Yeah,
half.
please.
Is there a delay? Because you seem to be in a real-time position to give this thing you need to buy, you need to sell, right? Now, PCKL is the authority which is supposed to do this.
Yes, they are only doing, just we are informing the quantum.
How will they do?
So, for example, I'll give an
Yeah,
example.
give me this example we
Yeah.
discussed. No, that solar.
Yeah,
There was a
if,
drop.
for
and
example,
then,
drop of 800 megawatt within a minute, we cannot raise the thermal because it is also 6 hours, 6 blocks time. It
Correct.
will take, as per the EGC grid
Correct. To
code,
ramp it up. Yeah.
ramp it up, it will take 6 blocks, 1.5 hour. By that time, I used to draw from the grid. It should not happen. For that, we are keeping the reserves from the hot, cold, warm reserves. Suppose if it is responding in a minute, we call it as a hot reserves. If it is responding within 15 minutes, we call it as a warm reserves. If it is responding 6 blocks, we call it as.
Are you giving extra tariff for him to keep warm?
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
giving
that
him?
is for rising up and rising down. We are
Yeah.
going to give the thermal power plant compensation charges used to give.
How
From
much? How much?
that is like there is a different slab is there from 55% to 65%, some paisa it is there, and 55% to 75% some slab is there.
Okay.
Some 75% to 85% on slab is there.
Hmm.
There is a for increase and for them to from rising from 55% to like 85%. There's they will take oil support, all those things. There's extra burden to the generators also. For that, as per IGC grid code, I think 6th or 5th amendment, they are going to take the compensation charges for them. I'm giving the real time example is Pavagada. Pavagada is, for example, if all of a sudden on cloud covers comes, 800 megawatt comes, I cannot raise this from the thermal, I cannot go for the market. These two options are not allowing him to balance my
So
grid.
what do you do?
This time I have kept my reserves, different type of reserves, hot
Hydro.
and cold one.
Hydro.
Quickly, luckily we are a blessed state. We will raise the Sharavati generation. It will respond within a minute. For variations of even 100 to 1000 megawatt within a minute, we used to do it. This is because of that we are more successful in entire country to absorptions of renewable energy without curtailment. I think many IPPs are faced in other states. They have, for example, in Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, they have curtailed more renewable energy because there is no reserves with them to manage this deviation DSM.
Yeah, nobody has this
Yeah.
1 minute for
Yeah,
1,000.
we have an install capacity of hydro resources nearly 4,000 megawatt. Like major resources, we have nearly 3,000 megawatt. Other resources, another 1,000 megawatt. It is there.
So how do you explain the deviation settlement penalty, the DSM charge, of 26 crores in the month of May 2023?
Actually, this for overall Karnataka state DSM you are asking, sir. Regarding this 23 crores, what will happen? It is a transition of, I think many of know the DSM regulations is transition from frequency linked to the
To market. To market.
Yeah, market linked. Earlier it was linked to the frequency and capping rate nearly 8 rupee and thereafter they fixed it to the market. There also market linked to the upper side is a market price. When the NLDC announcing a day for 50 hertz, this is the cost, and by that time, whatever the frequency is going on up and down, it's prorated. It is taking.
I agree with you.
Yes,
It's a
and it's a transition. I'll
It's a
come to that.
transition.
Yeah,
My
transition.
point is,
when it comes to the
how are you going to manage this transition and how long will this
we have
transition
faced a
last?
lot of issues. We have complained with the CRC also. This is a very difficult. We have paid us 24 crores in a month of, and even till today we are facing the same issues. Still. Yeah, thank you. Still today we are facing the same issue because of we are working with the frequency linked. All of a sudden it comes to the market linked. What they have done in the beginning stage, they are irrespective of there's no capping. If suppose what you have mentioned, like a sudden variation, that like integrated, some of the solar and wind generators are integrated within the national grid. They are directly scheduled by the RLDC, not by the SLDC. To manage that, what they are going to take from the ancillary services. Suppose they are injecting the gas.
Question.
Yes.
What is the variation allowed by CRC for the state of Karnataka?
For
200?
yes, as in the beginning, what they are given only 200 megawatt
200 megawatts.
with respect to schedule. There also they have one cap they mentioned. 200 megawatt are plus or minus 10% of with respect to schedule. For example, interstate schedule is 2000 megawatt. Out of is 10% is used to allow. Maximum up to 200 megawatt they used to give for Karnataka.
Okay, let me ask you a question. How much did we overdraw last night and the night before that?
So it is not, we are not every day we are overdrawing because year
Last
end,
night and the night, just to make it real,
Yeah.
so we are close.
it
How
is
much?
last night I think we had a problem with YTPS generation. We have lost our YTPS generation, and one of the BTPS generation we got tripped. And one of the RTPS also nearly 1500 megawatt we went up from the grid. That time used to
And that
manage.
has cost us how much in terms of deviation, settlement, penalty?
Yeah, it depending on the frequency. Suppose frequency it is now subsequent in the February order, they linked some of the things into the frequency. Whenever I also seen the graph of our deviations. In the night time, we are overdrawn nearly 800 to 1000 megawatt. Their night somewhat frequency was very good. We are drawn 1000 megawatt at the frequency is 50.03. At 50.03, we need to pay the 70% of the whatever the market rate in that block.
What was the rate yesterday?
Yeah, on that day it was 10 rupee because
So 10 rupees multiplied by 1200 megawatts is how much?
it costs lakhs together only.
Crores, sir.
Yeah, in a block it is workhouse to be closed lakhs only. These are the situations not only the Karnataka, it is entire country is facing. It is
Joe Biden is sitting in America. I'm concerned with Karnataka only.
Yeah, these are the things will happen in the grid.
So how will you solve this problem?
Yeah, in an immediate day after day, we have taken a decision to go ahead with, we are thinking about the term ahead market. We are facing the night, we immediately take a decision in they should not manage by the real time. Would have make some reserves of nearly 1000 megawatt in the market itself. Market itself, we have reserves from the 1000 megawatt, I can back down my reserves. If suppose all of these things.
You want to comment? Can we have a mic, please? Mohan says, let's have 1000 megawatt of market. I'm not very clear.
Yes, so I'm Vishal. A lot of interesting data points here. But if we start from KERC's order, 9 rupee 12 paisa is a really worrying number. If that is your cost of supply, and if that has to go up year on year basis, none of us are paying the tariff. So the question is, will the discoms in state will ever remain solvent? So that is the first question.
Vishal,
coming to his point.
Yeah, coming to his point, because I don't lose the thought.
Yes, so the second aspect is...
Sorry, I'll rephrase it. What he's saying is we are in transition.
Yes.
And we are suffering huge losses.
Right.
As we speak, after this tariff order.
Correct.
My concern is what's going to be the next tariff order.
Yes, so I'm coming to that.
मेरे को वो tension है, sir.
Yes. So now the transition is kind of being put up as a question mark, that because we are going through a transition, new capex is required to meet the transition in form of batteries. Now, the fundamental question is, who is responsible for planning the demand supply management for a state? Is it SLDC? Is it PCKL? What rights and prerogative PCKL has? Do we have a system to handle all these real-time signals coming from numerous data points from the state ecosystem, generators, consumers, feeders? One more interesting data point in KERC order is 14,000 crore is earmarked for supplying subsidized power to farmers and underdeveloped economic sections.
Sorry for asking a stupid question.
Yes.
He said very correctly, in the monsoon, he doesn't need agricultural load. Now, there are 8,764 hours in a year.
Yes.
If 6 months you don't need a load, then why do you need power around the clock for the farmer? Around the year?
Yes. So if you avoid certain supply of power to, or shift their load in a different way, there is a sizable portion of your cost of supply can be trimmed down. 9 rupee 12 paisa, it's too much to handle. As far as the systems are concerned, the policy and planning point of view, even CE has started intervening now, saying...
But hold on, you raised the point. PCKL has what authority and what does SLDC have? I'm not clear on this. I think SLDC has all the data points.
Yeah, no,
So-
one point I'll clarify with him, sir. We are PCKL, we sitting with SLDC only. They are all the real time, whatever the data we are going to getting, because we should not involve in the
Oh, they're
trading
sitting in
business.
your office, in your control
PCKL
center.
separate section we made in for real time operations. They are working 24 into 7. They are also like us. 24 into 7, we are giving the console of our all real time data. They are reading whatever we are going to watch, we are going to give them. We used to sell the quantum only, rates and commercial things decided by the PCK. There is a very clear transparent with SLDC and with all the consumers. Those who are getting the data from PCK, they are very transparent to give
So
outside.
are you saying that PCKL, in spite of getting the data, ma'am, this is, please, we'll need your guidance. That PCKL, in spite of getting the data, is unable to give you proper instructions to sort things out?
No, in a real time, what will happen? If it is exactly it happens, PCKL can take a decision in a day-ahead things. In a real time, we are the watching things and we are watching the line
But they
loading
can
and
take a
everything.
decision on real time also,
No,
if
no,
they have
no.
the data?
No, it is a controlled by SLDC. We cannot give our control to a PCKL. It's a apex body to control the state grid, not by the PCKL. PCKL only power managers, not the grid managers.
So, sir, who is
Along with
responsible for planning demand supply for
yeah,
a state?
they are
Is it
managing in
SLDC?
like a day ahead. They are managing.
Correct.
They are managing in the day ahead market and term ahead market and what you are asking deep portal.
Correct.
For long term, they are used to plan. In a real time,
रियल टाइम का बात करो बॉस. इनके पास अगर डेटा है, आप उनको डेटा दे रहे हैं. सॉरी, आई एम स्पीकिंग हिंदी, सो इफ इट्स ओके, आई स्पीक इन इंग्लिश. If there's real time data is available to them, then they should take the decision, na?
yeah, one thing I'll clarify, sir. For example, I think our UPCL friend also here. UPCL friend also here. We have a network consent.
Sorry, who's UPCL friend?
Yeah, he is from Adani, sir.
But who's Dubey ji and Shukla ji? Okay, I got it.
They are from Adani. Suppose one thing what we'll do in the real time, there's a network consents. Suppose what PCKL take a decision, what SLDC take a decision, where they makes the difference, I'll tell you there. I was supposed to increase my UPCL generation to meet my demand supply gap. There's a two option. One is market is there, one is UPCL generation is there. As by system concern, if I raise my UPCL generation, there is a loading it, UPCL, this KMR loading.
Very important. Hold on.
This,
See, you live electricity day and night. I don't. I'm trying to understand. So please bear with me.
Yeah.
Why would you buy 1200 megawatts from the grid when UPCL can supply it to you? You in any case paying his fixed charges, no?
Those decisions we are taking in a committee which is headed by BESCOM. Trading committee. We have formed a trading committee where the committee will take a decision and the decisions are taken in an optimal way. If it is for only 1 hour.
Ma'am, but how can you take optimal in real time? Committee will not sit at night, no?
No. They
No,
say
no, committee
we'll
is
make a
sitting every
procedure.
month.
Committee will make a procedure. What?
Every month they are making they're taking a decision regarding, and when we come to UPCL power, UPCL we have purchased at 12 rupees also.
I say UPCL, what is your fixed charge, roughly?
1 rupee 60 paise.
1.6. And what is the variable cost added to it now? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Sir, even
sorry.
one thing, sir, I'll clarify here. We'll optimally what madam is saying now, sir. We are every time we'll see the optimality only. Suppose UPCL rate is 7 rupee 41 paisa. Now at present variable cost is in the market. I'm given example 4 rupee it is there. We'll go for the market only. We'll not go with UPCL.
I understand.
This in a real time.
But is there any disconnect between what you guys are doing and what ma'am is trying to do?
No. Both are in the same boat.
Huh?
We have an office in Kaveri Bhavan, but a team of our officers are seated in SLDC also.
No, both are in.
That team is guided by officers from our end.
But
who
then
will
why are we?
every
then-
day suggest?
I agree, but why are we then having a loss of 26 crores last month in May?
Sir,
And why in
sir,
June we had, like last night again we had this problem? Sorry.
one thing, what you are mixing the things. This is not by the just by the marketing by the PCKL, but not by the SLDC. It is a overall mixture of power what we are handling in the grid over a period of.
Who's handling?
This entire grid?
You're handling.
Yeah, we are handling.
SLDC.
SLDC is
Now
handling.
she wants to give an instruction to do A or B. Do you follow her instruction?
No, there's a merit order. There's a strict order of merit order. It's
Variable
in the
cost.
grid
Yeah.
code. It's there in the grid code. We should follow the grid code.
We understand that.
Yeah.
So in merit order, if
As
she give,
per- yeah, yes, sir. Please.
no, what I'm saying is if the power cost is 3 rupees 50 paisa in the market, you're paying 1 rupee 20 paisa, any case is fixed charge to him. And if you're able to get power from him at say 5 rupees also, it will be far sensible because your deviation, tamasha will not take place, no?
Sir, deviations things are happening in the real time. It is not controlled by us. It will not, sometimes it will not come to our control also, because we have a huge capacity of wind and solar. You have given example of Pavagada. If this much drops from the grid, of sudden drop of 2000 megawatt of wind, the sudden drop of wind in a grid, these are the things we handled by the our power markets, and we cannot sustainably, we cannot depend on the markets, because you knows that in a market we'll get hardly 1% 2% of our entire our energy management portfolio. We
So, while there is enough emphasis on real-time operations, what is also important to look at is what are the other cost element, like 30 crore per day fixed charges, extrapolate that to a year, 10,000 crore out of 58,000 crore ARR. It's a sizable chunk. Now, the fundamental question is, who botched up the energy procurement or energy planning? Right? Who's responsive? Is it the DISCOM who overbought this power, or is it PCKL? SLDC's role is grid control. I mean, they are not supposed to have a say commercially by law, right? But PCKL, if they have responsibility, they need to be empowered to take those decisions. They need to have those planning tools, not just hour down the line, week ahead or day ahead, but years ahead. And that's what now CA is also going behind all DISCOM, saying that you start planning all these aspects. The resource adequacy is very, very important, where you look at these factors and see how are you going to meet your future supply in a most economical way. Now, if you did not anticipate, if your demand is growing 6% CAGR year on year, if your supply is jump starting from one section at 25% year on year, somebody has to ask this question, that am I going to keep paying this fixed charge for 25 years? Right. I mean, it's a sizable cost, and everybody's paying for it today.
one thing I'll clarify here, sir. Regarding that, what you have mentioned, we are going to pay 10,000 crores in a year of this fixed charges.
30 crores a day, you said, no?
Yeah, 30 crores in a 10,000 for a year. This huge amount used to say. We moving towards earlier, there is a supply goes 1 hour, people used to take it, okay, it will come after 1 hour.
Repeat what you said, I couldn't hear. The earlier what?
People used to say in a rural area and other even agriculture demand, people are also thinking that even 1 hour, half an hour disturbances comes from the power supply. People adjusted with that. Nowadays, it is not happening. As a state, as a power sector, we need to give the quality and reliability of power supply to the consumers. Nobody is accepting of.
So what is your point on 10,000 crores?
Yeah, that's the point I'm going to come there. For even 15 minutes or 5 minutes, 2 minutes power supply went off any of the places, people will scold like anything. They are more depending on the power sector, power electricity now, as we are all we are knowing that. Because of that, we have a resource management. We cannot rely on completely on the these renewables or on the entirely on the conventional. Last summer, entire country has faced this music of power shortage. Maharashtra went for 4 to 8 hours load shedding. Gujarat also faced the same facing. I think you all read the news article. In a single hours, Karnataka has not curtailed for the industrial. In Andhra Pradesh, openly they went.
Hold on, you've gone too far ahead. I'm just asking a simple question. How do we see the whole idea of the discussion right now is how can we strike a balance between the requirement of funds to make sure the discoms remain viable and to make sure that the consumer is still around. Because if you keep on increasing the tariff, at some point, I'm going to come to those pain points, consumer will say, I'm sorry, I can't pay, I'll shut down shop. Then this has happened in various states. I still remember Goa used to have a lot of ferroalloy companies in the 90s, 80s and 90s, and they were making a lot of money from them. They increased the tariff, they all shifted to Chhattisgarh and Orissa because they promised them 2 rupees 50 paisa tariff for 10 years. So my question is, this 10,000 crores of fixed charges, we can't get out of it because it's a PPA of 25 years. So from what you're saying, there's no reduction in fixed charges as we speak, because there should have been a reduction, but there isn't. It's going flat. You have a situation where your variable cost is going up.
Yeah, I'll add point.
Yeah, so I just want to understand from you, out of 50, 60,000 crores, 10,000 crores is going just for fixed charges, whether you buy the power or not. And another 1,000 or 2,000 crores is going on deviation, the way it's going. So how will we reduce the tariff for the consumers?
This is the things beginning I mentioned. This is a transition. Even the Ministry of Government of India given a target of 175 gigawatt. Now they are moving to 500 gigawatt. We made a PPA with thermal generating stations. Very means in the previous itself we have done very I think 80s itself. Now in a like we are moving towards the green. Slowly we stopping the making a PP with these thermal generators. Now this I think RTPS 3 units going to phasing out, and another Ramagundam mean going to by the 2030. Most of our thermal generators going from the out of the grid. We are moving towards the storages and pump storages, and thereby our power purchase going to come down. Now we have mix of renewables as well as the thermal. We need to pay the fixed charges. We made a PPA very long ago. We cannot escape from the system because we are sacrificing ourselves for the country.
Okay, understood. So what you're saying is that we are stuck with this present situation.
Yes.
We just have to tolerate it. Yes, sir. Mike, ma'am, can you give the mic, please? Ma'am, you want to say something? Okay, okay, thank you.
Creating a term ahead market, right?
Yeah.
So can you just highlight on that?
Yeah, sure. We'll just do it in a minute. Yeah, please. Asim, then,
Yeah.
sir, we'll come to you.
So no, I just wanted to get better understanding of what we were talking about. So to kind of filter it down to a very specific question, I understand from what Madam said that monthly there is a committee, but on a day-to-day basis, how much of a price-linked input is going from PCKL to SLDC in terms of how much reserve capacity would be needed for the next 1 day, 2 days, and so on? That might have some bearing on the reducing the fixed charges. I mean, how much of an opportunity cost there is on reducing the reserve capacity?
Okay, Mohan, you want to answer it?
Yeah.
Question was to ma'am, but you can answer it.
Yeah, I'll answer because it's more related to SLDC. In terms of fixed capacity, we cannot reduce because it is a day-to-day operations. Even we purchase from the market. For example, UPCL, we have a capacity of 10 megawatt. Irrespective of usage, for 1 rupee 60 paisa, I need to pay for nearly 3 crores 66 lakhs. I need to pay for the UPCL. Even I go for the day-ahead market or real-time market or term-ahead market. I want to reduce the variable charges from the market. Suppose this rupee is fixed variable cost is 7 rupee 41 paisa. I want to in the market it is 2 rupee. I want to save 4 rupee from the generators. I'll go with the market. This is the real time it will happen. Not we cannot reduce the fixed charges because it is already fixed when we made
Understood.
a PPA.
Good point.
Yes.
It doesn't answer your question. But Asim, the point he's raising is you can't get rid of the fixed charge anyway.
So if there's no scope for it, then that 10,000 crores is just
10,000 crores is a write-off. Yeah, yeah. Gujar sir, it's a recurring write-off.
Yeah.
4,000 crores, yes. Yeah. Yes, it's got to 10,000 right now, which is.
Then is that is being sold by PCL in the market. So are we losing money in the selling? That's what I want to know. Where are we having the gap?
Sir,
So your question is, are we selling surplus power at a loss?
No, we cannot.
You don't have a choice because what he said.
We cannot say straight away. It is not a simple line. You have a 96 blocks. Suppose in a solar hours, we have a wind and solar. Wind is nearly 5,000 capacity. Solar is 8,000 capacity. All put together some in a day in a block, 3,000 itself from the solar wind and 4,000 itself from the solar. There, if I go to the market, another 2,000 megawatt, definitely market will come down. I'm thinking that I'm going to lose here. Somewhere I'm going to gain here in the night hours. Suppose my demand is itself is a 5,000. My RE is injecting more. There I'm getting a 10 rupee. It's a marginally lose or gain. It's not even huge marginally we are gaining. We are huge marginally we are going to lose. It's overall balancing in the system. It is entirely not collapsing the system.
So we cannot apportion that this green energy is causing the loss.
No, what is the one if you permit us, sir, will one thing what green is doing to major disturbance in the grid. It's a good product we need to observe because we are moving from the carbon away. These are the things we have to do. But what is the they have the flexibility of plus or minus 10. Earlier it was 15%. Now KS is given 10% margin. There is a huge margin of this deviation limit they are given to the wind and solar. They're making the advantage of it. They are not improving the scope to improve in the forecasting things.
Who is not improving?
These IPP generators and forecasters.
Very bad people. Now, what have they done?
No. I'm not blaming, sir. There is a scope to improve. Even if suppose exactly 2000 megawatt if the forecast is given, I will balance day ahead itself. This 2000 megawatt is going from the green. I'll shut down my entire thermal. Because of this uncertainty, their forecast, what they are giving, what they are not sticking to their schedule, I keep unnecessarily another thermal power plant to manage this these variations of wind and solar. Where they're tricky, for example, Pavagada plant is there, 2000 megawatt. For other conventional generator, there is a formula for this deviations. Schedule actual minus schedule divided by schedule for the conventional generator. Straight away, there is a given 2% deviation for the conventional generator. For these people, what will happen? Actual minus schedule divided by available capacity. We cannot penalize them. They will not improve at all because they are making the advantage of it. Because of that, we are going to complain to the other side of the people, commissioned everywhere. Because of their, even though it is a good product it's difficult to manage the things, we are giving complaint on them. We need a scope to them also. They have to improve their forecast ability. Then we can better utilization of this renewable sources, and we can reduce the power purchase cost also.
Agreed. So basically, Mohan, the very important point you brought, we need to improve our forecasting capability.
Definitely, sir.
Full
It is a
stop.
possible thing.
Mr. Gujar, hang on. There's a gentleman here. He's been waiting, and there are a lot of people here waiting. Hold on.
There are a few questions and a few inputs. When the solar and wind we depend on, it is only available at restricted timings, and solar maybe in the daytime 9 to 4, whatever it is, while wind operates in little infrequent availability over the time. So some forecasting is possible and some forecasting is possibly difficult. But in any case, to bridge this gap, I think grid needs to have a thermal backup all through the time, because hydro is again limited. So option is only thermal, and thermal backup is required. And when thermal backup comes, the costing is like that. If we can go for a fixed cost. That's a standard cost. We look at it, what is the cost of this item? There is a cost, we say that. But in these products, the costing is in a two-part tariff. One is a fixed cost, one is a variable cost. You can't avoid the fixed cost because the system is set up. We have to pay the cost.
So what's the point that you want to make?
No, one is that...
So you're reconfirming Mohan's point.
No, one thing is that you're mentioning about how to reduce the fixed cost. I said this fixed cost cannot be reduced, but it's part of the system. We cannot really work anything about it.
One sec. Fixed cost of a generating station goes down as time goes on, because you're repaying the loans, your debt is going down, your interest is going down, it goes down. 25-year period, it goes on in about, if you take the normal depreciation, 12, 13 years, it starts going down drastically.
But
I'm talking about...
Tariff is fixed in...
That's what I'm asking.
The fixed cost is fixed in such a way that your IRR is there in 15 to 20 years. So when it is evened out like that, the cost will not come down. Well, what they have set up a project today, and they said is you even out the cost for 15 years, 20 years. So that is how the fixed cost gets determined. Otherwise, you take the actual fixed cost of the first year and the second year and third year, it has to keep reducing, in which case the first year it becomes very high.
So what you're saying, as per IRR, it will be a flat?
It gets flattened. Okay. The tariff is flattened there.
So we need to relook
we need to accept it. I mean, we can't really creep against it. And number two is that the grid needs a support, because when the variation...
you need thermal support.
Number two, forecasting. Forecasting, when you say, how much is the efficiency you need? We have to be 100% efficient. You need 100% redundancy in that. You want 90% efficiency, you can have redundancy less. When our redundancy keeps on increasing, and that becomes difficult. And forecasting, I don't know really how much solar and wind can do forecasting. it's really difficult. Some amount can be done, and balance is inevitable portion in the grid. That's all I wanted to tell. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, please. Yeah. Mohan doesn't have a mic?
Yeah.
You got a mic, no? Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. My limited point is a response to what Mr. Mohan has raised there. That's a very pertinent point, the forecasting capabilities have to be improved. But as an IPP, I would like to tell the background, like before this kind of tightening of the band happened, at a portfolio level, the compliance cost was coming to around 4 paisa per unit, okay, in terms of the previous band. But now, because of the tightening of the band and the regulation which has come recently, our compliance cost has increased. It has gone to around 10 paisa per unit at a portfolio level. So I would say that we are doing our best on the portfolio optimization side. Obviously, it's a cost for us. We have to do the forecasting. But I would also like to raise an important issue at this forum. Forecasting is again a kind of we depend on global agencies, Enercast and Energy Meteor and all. It's a kind of a global agencies who provide the forecasting data. So now I would like to also say that there has to be enough participation from the government side to improve the forecasting capabilities. Unless until that happens, all the IPPs are dependent on the...
You want the government to do forecasting for you?
No, I mean to say government agencies. Like for example, we depend on the global agencies, and obviously that comes at a higher cost. Enercast and Energy Meteor.
Government agency is not able to tell you when the monsoon is coming. Yeah, have a heart.
So
क्या बोल रहा है
that's
यार?
the issue. Like what I'm saying is that's the issue. Like we
Monsoon
depend
was
on...
supposed to come last month, almost.
So what I'm saying is, as an IPP, we are doing our best on taking the forecasting data from the global agencies and doing that. But even in spite of doing those things, like we are
I
at a level...
understand. You take Bangalore. Every time it is going to rain, I take out my umbrella. It doesn't rain. And every time I don't take out my umbrella, it's bright sunshine, starts raining. What do I do?
Exactly.
So that government thing is a disaster.
No,
What
but
do I do?
exactly that same point I'm arriving at. Like we are doing whatever is possible on the forecasting side, and we are also paying a cost which is at a higher level, 8 compliance cost in terms of the DSM penalties. So what I'm getting at is we need to have kind of a more capabilities built in, whether it is be it government or something, but we need to have more capabilities built in the forecasting side, and that it could be a kind of a public-private partnership model.
You know, this on a lighter side, this reminds me, I've been associated with the power sector for 36 years. So there were all these questions asked about weather and all that. So I said, I'm from Bombay. So I said, there's one guy sitting outside Churchgate station with a parrot. So whatever question you want, you ask him, the parrot will tell you. And that is the kind of forecasting that used to happen in those days. But I'm sure there are experts now on forecasting who will talk. Okay, I think we've done with this part. Now let's talk to some IPPs other than my friend here as to what are your pain points and also to the consumers. Anyone wants to?
Sorry, I have one thing on the additional surcharge bit. Maybe you could get...
Go ahead. You have a small presentation?
I have a small slide.
Sure.
I would like to...
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. I take this as a kind of open and constructive debate forum. It's not, that's the reason why we listed out the points. And my officials in KP, TCL as well as PCKL, everybody are here. So I would like to just highlight these points. Whatever, I would like to start with whatever this gentleman has given, I forget his name, Amit. So whatever he told was bang on, it was on terms of questioning the data transparency. That is the main issue which we are getting at. As IPP, we are not questioning the levy of additional surcharge. Additional surcharge is permitted for the Act as well as the National Tariff Policy as well as the electricity policy. We are questioning the fundamental computational aspects and the data aspects, like what is the kind of data which you're using to compute it, and also what is the kind of computational methodology you're using to arrive at additional surcharge. The first point is basically whatever was debated here. I think a couple of my friends here also, you yourself have raised this point. Demand planning, procurement planning. Is there a conclusive evidence that the stranding of assets is happening only because of RE, only because of open access transactions? That may not be the case. Because of it may also happen because of increased RE. It may also happen because of increased RE, or it can also happen due to lower demand.
Very important question. Has anyone made a study in Karnataka as to how much money is being lost by discoms notionally through open access?
Or not that I'm aware of.
Any study? So consumer choice is costing Karnataka. Mohanji, you are giving us fixed charges is fixed. Can we also say consumer choice should also be there? Consumer should have a choice to buy from wherever he wants?
Yeah, for 1
Or we
megawatt.
have to save only the discoms?
No, there is a choice for in open access regulations, 1 megawatt and above. Anybody can choose the open power market. And even now, green energy open access rules comes in 100 kilowatt and above. Anybody can choose a market.
Yeah, that's on paper.
Yeah,
But
not
actually,
in
when
paper. Now
when
it
you
is,
increase under 42, section 42,
Yeah.
we are supposed to reduce as per the law. We are increasing CSS, ASS, transmission, all that's becoming very unviable. No. In fact, if you remember, there's an order passed by BESCOM during I think about 4-5 years back, which said that anyone who's getting power from open access has to pay 10 rupees 50 paisa. Do you remember that? That was struck down by the commission afterwards. No, the BESCOM charged that money. It was a penalty for a consumer doing a choice. So just
no,
what your
now
thought.
it is open. No, that type of penalty now we are not imposing. Anybody
So
can
has
go.
cross subsidy gone down?
Yeah, cross subsidy not much. I think if just go to the EX website,
In fact, cross subsidy
you
has gone
simply
up.
put there what is my
Hold on, he's saying gone down, you're saying gone up.
No, cross subsidy has gone up to 2 rupees now. It is 2 rupees 25 paisa also right now. Cross subsidy has gone up.
Sir, you cannot straight away Karnataka pointing to the Karnataka. It will show its higher side. You go to the EX website, there is a calculator is there. You just see that you just simply the power purchase cost is
cross
you will-
subsidy is fixed by the commission, yeah.
Yes, it is available in the website. If compared with Maharashtra and Gujarat and other states, we are.
No, I'm not comparing. I just want to know, has it gone down or gone up?
It's a very less, sir.
No, basically, year on year, if you see previous, the current tariff order, the CSS has increased when compared to the previous tariff order. That's what I am saying. Like, CSS has increased when compared to the
Sir,
previous
that's
order.
a class in clearly in a green energy open access rule as well as a open access regulation. All the charges, whatever the charges they are going to put, should not cross or 11%. I'm sorry, even less than 18%. Overall, you should not cross. It will never cross, sir. These are things increase in a marginally. Even it will not cross 18%. Or whatever the regulations, I think I'm just remember 11% or 18% here and there. Yes, madam?
Plus or minus 20%.
Plus or minus 20, not only plus to 20 and up to 20%. It should not cross up to 20%.
I agree.
Yes.
But what do you do with section 42? There is the law that you have to reduce every year. The law says you have to reduce. You can keep passing whatever you want, regulations.
No, sir, last we cannot say, sir, this is why it is going to increase. We are going to develop the infrastructure in a
No, that's okay. The law says you have to reduce. Whether you develop or you don't develop
I think
is...
DESCOM losses, I think recently in the advisory committee, just I saw this, it is comes to the 11 to, I think 11% losses itself. It was earlier 14%. In the Chamundeshwari, it is coming
The
to 9%.
law under section 42 says you have to reduce the cross subsidy surcharge every year.
Exactly. So, yeah, that is a cross subsidy reduction path has to be published.
Yes.
But that's not happening. And in fact, what I see is like there is a play between the DISCOMs as well as the regulatory commission. In some of the states, what happens is like DISCOMs have requested the regulatory commission to publish a cross subsidy rejection trajectory. But in turn, the commission has thrown the ball in the court of the DISCOM. DISCOM, you give us the trajectory. So that way, it's not actually happened on the cross subsidy side. But I'll just finish off the points on the additional surcharge bit.
Please.
First point is there's no conclusive evidence on the standing of assets is primarily happening due to open access. If that is not the case, how are you going to levy the additional surcharge on the open access transactions?
What is the principle on which the additional surcharge is to be charged?
So additional surcharge has to be charged unless if the DISCOM, if the licensee is able to conclusively prove that whatever assets have been built by them is getting stranded because of the open access transactions. So if you go by 15 to 15-minute time block basis, we should see that in particular transaction where the asset is getting stranded, that means they're having excess capacity, there was drawal from the open access consumer to that extent. And we can just say that we have to attribute it to the open access transaction, and then we can say it has to be additional surcharge can be levied. But I don't see such kind of an exercise happening in the current tariff order. So that is first point. It's not attributable purely to the open access transactions, in which case it's a question mark. Second point is increase in fixed cost recovery. This is also a point which was debated by many of the friends in the audience. Even the discussion paper which was floated by KERC, they have actually gradually increased the fixed cost recovery to 35%. That is a kind of a prudent cost recovery principles, which can be appreciated. But the point which doesn't suit to us is basically there is an increase in fixed cost recovery, but at the same time you are saying that my additional surcharge also is going up. Already you are getting the fixed cost recovery from the other consumers, and it has increased to 30 to 35%.
No, but in defense of the commission, what the commission has done, The increase in fixed charges is to reduce the recovery of fixed charges, which was being hitherto done through the energy charges. So they're saying it doesn't make sense. There's no clarity how much is fixed in this and how much is this thing. So we are shifting from the energy cost, energy charges, to fixed charges, so that at least we have an idea what the fixed charges are, and they've done it in a proper manner and rationalizing it. The question then comes: the energy charge should come down, which has not happened.
That also has not happened.
And what you're saying, the cross subsidy has gone up.
Correct.
Okay. All
So
right.
that's where the data points doesn't match up, because everything seems to be increasing, the second point. Third point is accounting of demand charges. Like it's not clear in the tariff order that whatever additional surcharge has been levied, the fixed charges has been removed from that. The transmission charges, distribution charges, fixed charges has to be removed, and then the whatever is balanced, that has to be applied on the open access consumers. It's not clear from the order. Fourth point is basically there is a lack of consistency as well. If you see the tariff order dated 30th May 2019, the commission in its own wisdom has said that it has to be 25% of the 0.60. They felt that the levying additional surcharge of 60 paisa itself is going to be high in 2019. And they wanted to promote the RE transactions, and they said 15 paisa will suit. After that, it has gone up to 35 paisa. But what doesn't stand to reason is basically in this year, 35 paisa has become 1 rupee 48 paisa. So that is another point which you would like to show.
How does it become 148? There must be a rationale, no?
Exactly. So that rationale is something which we were not able to decipher clearly in the tariff order.
Ma'am, can you take a mic? Mic for ma'am, please.
Exactly. To add on to her, in fact, we
hang on,
put
sir.
the
We need an
petition.
introduction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please introduce yourself, ma'am, please. Hold on. Hello. Mics don't work.
Hi, I'm Shweta from CleanMax. We filed a writ petition before High Court of Karnataka very recently about this additional surcharge of rupees 1.48, and the High Court has remanded back the case to KERC, and presently 1.48 has been set aside. We also made.
Oh, this 1.48 is set aside for everyone in Karnataka?
Yes.
Excellent.
No, it has. I have an order also.
Sir, who you are from where?
Yeah, and also.
Honda. तो Honda के लिए नहीं है.
No, for consumers also they had made. I have an High Court order also. If I
Take a copy of the order.
Yeah,
Cheers.
I'll give you the order copy. No, it has got remanded back to KERC, and now KERC will take up the matter, and they also made a submission that they have not given any data for us in what calculation they made this additional surcharges. So now KERC to be very transparent to us, and they need to show the data also, and they will also keep a public hearing on the same thing before they.
So my question is, what happens to the discoms in the meantime? They can't charge.
No, we are working on it actually. Yeah, 0.33 we need to pay.
Not 148.
No.
So bills are going to be revised?
Yes.
Okay.
We have got order sheet just today. It got uploaded.
Yeah, because
in
they are
High Court,
getting
and
bills at 148 and then they're
Correct.
threatening to disconnect them.
No,
Dhamki.
even we have paid for 1.48. We are giving this representation to all the Bescoms also, all the Escoms, because we got order copies.
So you're
just
happy?
yesterday.
148 gaya abhi ke liye? Yeah.
Yesterday only we got this order.
Excellent. Okay. Good development for you guys. But not very good for discoms. How will they survive? Chalo, wo बेचारा discom का क्या होगा? Mike, sir, Mike. Yeah, can someone keep a track on the mics, please? What are you doing here, fiddling with your wires? क्या कर रहे हो? Mic को देखो ना. Haji, go ahead.
The other point which we also wanted to highlight was accounting for additional surcharge revenue. Because when the DISCOM is saying that they are levying additional surcharge at so-and-so rupees per unit.
Is this covered in the stay order?
This is also covered in the stay order. So this is also one of the grounds in which the stay has come. And the other thing is, like, we also compare.
Hold on. Is this the case where a renewable energy project filed a petition in Gulbarga? Somewhere? Is this the same one? In Bangalore? There was another stay in. JESCOM for renewable project. Same issue. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
So we also did a comparison of the additional surcharge in the other states as well, like Himachal Pradesh and others. Sorry, you can just put it silent. So sorry for that. Its additional surcharge is primarily ranging between 0.66 to 0.94, and nowhere it's exceeded 1 rupee or for that matter.
Sir, forget what other states are doing. We are concerned with Karnataka. Sir.
Exactly. No, what I'm trying to get at is the kind of principles on which the additional surcharge is getting levied, and also quantum.
Can't nuts. Every state is different. No.
True, but
No state has
it
their
cannot
kind
be
of
drastically different. at
Karnataka is
1
blessed.
rupee 48 paisa.
I always maintain Karnataka is blessed with so much renewable energy. No other state in India has this.
In which case, they get cheaper power as well, right? So
that's a different story. Yeah. Then
the last point is basically another progressive thing. Some of the regulatory commissions, what they have actually did it was it's a kind of balancing between the consumers. Short-term purchases during the time block, when the surplus capacity is available, they said it cannot be attributed to the open access consumers, because anyway they are out of the system. So short-term purchases, they are deducting from the standard capacity, and then they are apportioning the additional surcharge to the consumer. So this is also one of the things which can be considered or which could be looked at.
I want to ask you a question. In Karnataka, is there a shortage of power?
No.
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 Now you have excess power in the day, and at night you're short. Correct? Night you're buying. At least at night they can't.
One thing, sir. We are a surplus state.
Sorry, sir. What?
We are till today. We are a surplus.
You're a surplus state.
Yeah, surplus.
So why are you buying 1200 megawatts at night?
Sir,
Yeah?
it will happen. It will happen because we all of a sudden of.
So when you are buying 1200 megawatts due to
No, I'm just
Mohan,
in a
Mohan,
real time. I give the
listen to
examples.
me. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So the time when it's 1200 megawatt or whatever you're buying at night lasts for say 15 days, 1 month. During that time, are you entitled to charge additional surcharge?
No, sir. No, it is straight away.
Is there a distinction in the order?
No, sir. We are till today. We are a surplus. We are up to this December. We are surplus. From March onwards, there is a we'll come to short.
Let us say for 1 month in a year.
Yeah.
You are short 1 month in a year. At that time, are you entitled to charge additional surcharge? Because
No,
the principle is that you should be, your power is not being scheduled. I'll tell you why. Because in Maharashtra, about 4 or 5 years back, this whole issue came up. And the order that was passed was if you are yourself short of power and somebody else is supplying power through open access and you want to put additional surcharge on it, is not allowed. So that's why I'm asking.
No, such type of charges till today we are not imposed on the
Okay.
HT consumer.
Okay. Okay, have you finished?
Yeah, done, sir. The second point is something which we already discussed, visibility on the cross-subsidy surcharge trajectory. That is not happening. And the last one was on the grid support charges. So this is something, again, which has been levied, and this doesn't have a kind of a, we didn't find any kind of legal standing because it's, again, increasing to the cost to the IPPs as well, grid support charges.
Sir, one thing, the grid support charges, we are still in a paper. We are not yet.
Mohan, we can't see you yet. You are a nice
Sir,
personality.
yeah,
Karo jao. Haan.
sir, this grid support charges, I think we are still studying, like other states are collecting. We are not collecting till today from the IPPs as well as this big generators also.
Tariff order, it was there. So
No, we have taken this with commission recently. We have given a one consultation also. We want
Is
to
this
study
connected
also.
in any way to GNA obligations that are coming?
Sir, GNA is still it means regulations already notified, but gadget from
No. My question is, are you doing this in connection with the GNA obligation that you will have?
No. It is not connected with GNA, sir. General network assessment, we are not connected with any of the open access.
But you're giving state grid support parallelly to
it is a separate.
captives.
It's a grid support charges is different thing, sir.
I understand, but
Yes.
ultimately, paise mein to wahi hoga na boss.
Yeah, it is collected. So it has to be collected because that much of stress as electrically we are going to take from these variations. It is taken by the many states from the very long. We are not yet started at all. It is given liberty to the like they are.
No, I'm just trying to
They
understand
are
that
very happy with that.
the tariff will go up again.
Definitely, sir. It
Between-
will, if we add this much, it will definitely add
Can
up
you
to
just
the
close the
tariff.
mobile, please? Whoever's mobile this is. Yeah. Sorry, Mohan. Yeah.
Sir, definitely when we collecting additional this grid support charges, definitely add up to those who are IPPs and EHT consumers.
Okay.
Those who are reference they are taking from the grid,
Okay, so basically the discoms will have to pay the GNA.
not GNA. This is
GNA
the
dena
grid support
padega na?
charges.
I understand. That's all right.
Yeah.
We'll also pay to GNA, no?
GNA they separately they have to take the corridor. Now they are also fixing the corridor separately. This is STOA at presently. In the future they are going to go for the TGNA. Separate.
No,
There is
Mohan,
no.
I think
there is no difference
we'll
between.
discuss this off grid, but I think there is going to be an obligation again on every state to be the GNA. They will be for generators and for you guys. Okay, we'll come to that.
Just one last point.
Yeah.
I just wanted to understand from a friend in SLDC, like what is the kind of stand which the SLDC is taking now on the grid support charges in Karnataka?
He's saying we right now we're in discussion.
So it's still in discussion. We have given a consultation paper also. We are still in discussion.
And he's
Yes.
being very nice to you by saying I'm not insisting on it. Okay. Thank you, Mohan. All right. Anybody else wants to contribute and say something at this point? Or before we start off with the presentations? No? Okay. Is Sridhar Prabhu here? No? Okay. Would you like to make your presentation, Asim? Okay. So this basically now hold on. There's one more. Is there any IPP here who wants to say something? Any IPP? You want to say something? Mike, please.
I'm Yogeshwar from Renew Power. My friend from SLDC is telling that all IPPs, SLDC is following the grid code, Indian grid code. Now we have an IPP in Kustagi, around 200 megawatt. Out of 200 megawatt in the wind season, wind generation is from May to September. In those period only wind generation is there. In that we have facing a curtailment of around 25%. Means our plant capacity is 100 megawatt. We are running at around 25 megawatt sometimes. And also we have a capacity,
running at 25 megawatts from 200.
100 megawatt plant, we are running at 25 megawatt. And for that, to mitigate the curtailment, this KPTCL plant a 400 kV station in 2018. In 2023, they acquired the land. This is the status of support to
Land
IPPs,
acquisition.
support to IPP.
Yes.
And we have a projects in a curtailment in Itagi. And
I have to ask you a question. When you are curtailed and a must-run project, are you paid any fixed charges?
no, we have submitted invoices and KPTCL, even the distribution company is saying this, as per in the PPA, there is a clause saying that for any grid constraints, we are not eligible for the payment. For KPTCL, now they are insisting around SADC and KPTCL insisting on 12-13 affidavits saying that you could not claim any generation loss because of
If your
system
contract
constraints.
says that you can't claim, you can't claim. What can you do?
Look,
Your contracting team needs to be improved for future.
Yeah,
Must run hai, lekin it can't run if there's no place to run yet.
All renewables are must run status.
Everyone is must run. There's also an obligation, but the question is he can only run if he can run, na?
For his point, sir, there is a clause in IEGC 5.6C. I think there is a when there is a grid constraints, there is a possibility to SLDs to maintain the stability of the grid.
IEC code also there is a N1.
Mohan, hold on, guys, hold on. He's called you a friend. Okay. So now, basically, he's also signed a contract which says that in case he's there, he's not going to get compensated. So there's no way anyone's going to pay him any money. There's a problem with his contract, nothing to do with the grid.
Our capital investment, sir.
Why did you invest without doing a proper contract? You just save money on some lawyer, is it? Some lawyers are here anyway. Okay. All right. Asim, can you start your presentation, please? We are now looking at some suggestions that has come from this thing on how we can use technology, perhaps, to reduce the costs to the consumer and make life easier for all of you. Go ahead.
How this can possibly be improved. So just to set the background, some of these numbers are, I think, already known. Yeah, so we are looking at an installed RE capacity taken from Karnataka Renewable Energy Development Limited of around 16,000 megawatt, commissioned intrastate only, and a peak demand of about 15, close to 16,000 megawatt, which is quite close. And within this, we are looking at a scenario where renewable energy and demand both are heavily linked with weather. And a lot of the pain that comes from the uncertainty associated with weather. And along with this comes the additional pain of DSM, which is now, because of the new CERC order, it has increased, likely to maybe increase further. And then the solution to this problem, if we are proposing something which is a data-driven solution, the issue may be the silos of data that may exist between the different entities. The gentleman from SLDC pointed out that they are working together. However, working together in the same office is, it's a good position to be in, but is there a planning tool? Is there a system in which all this data can be brought in together and looked at from a historical point of view and also from a future projection point of view? Can we bring in something like this which would improve the scenario overall by looking at historical analysis and by having a central platform, not just for the operator, but also for the policymaker, where if there is a committee which is meeting on a monthly basis, can they be provided with tools that can better help them decide on these things? Thank you. So on this, between the different factors which are affecting the dispatch of these things, like I said, weather is a key one, which is affecting not just renewables, but also the demand. And in fact, to some degree, the conventional generation also, because conventional generation in the end is following the demand pattern. There are other factors like the social factors and grid availability, which also impacts demand. So this one particular year that we looked at in detail, just to try and understand how much is the variability. So we are all aware of the variability that is associated with renewables. But what we can see here, this is, of course, is a special year in which there was a COVID imposed lockdown as well. But if you can see, even before the lockdown and towards the end, there is a lot of variability in the demand itself. That's the green chart that we are looking at. And this is amplified more in the pre-monsoon and the post-monsoon season, where you have cyclonic activity, where we see significant drops in demand. But there is also one particular day somewhere around, I think, late July, August time, where we are seeing that the total supply from renewables is close to matching the overall demand. And this is only possible in a state like Karnataka, where there is such a large capacity of renewables installed. Now, coming to the platform that we propose that can help in this situation. So what we are saying is we bring together all data points into a common centralized platform and also have insights derived from this. The platform that we are working on, that we are building, is bringing together the satellite imaging data, which is giving you close to real-time understanding of what is happening on the weather front. So this can be used to make decisions not on, say, a day ahead basis or a term ahead or a week ahead basis. We are looking at the next few hours, what may happen. And this is especially critical for the kind of example that we were talking about earlier, that if suddenly there is a drop in power in a solar plant because of cloud movement, this is something that it would help with planning for that and trying to better work around this uncertainty. And this horizon that we can look at from a cloud now costing point of view would be maybe 3 to 6 hours ahead. But even that 3 to 6 hours ahead can have a huge benefit, considering that the majority of the playing area is within the real-time markets. In addition to satellite imaging, there is, of course, weather forecasting. Weather forecasting, as everyone knows, is highly, it's trying to track a parameter which is highly uncertain. And the further forward in future that we go, the less accurate we are. This is just the constraint of weather forecasting as we know it. And in this, it's largely atmospheric simulation-based models that are attempting to do this. And this, there's a heavy investment from the government side as well. A lot more can be done. This provides intelligence from a longer term point of view, 24 hours ahead, up to 10 days ahead, even going up to seasons ahead, several months ahead. The other thing that we are looking at is the overall scenario of market, which is the electricity markets, might be IEX, could also be the overall thermal positions of all the plants across India, the hydro reserve capacities, and how much there is reserve left for the upcoming days, which may give some insights into what may play out over the next few days in the markets. So one of the use cases that can come out of this is an entirely automated dispatch. This would be an ideal scenario where any optimization that is done, so if we are talking about portfolio level optimization, it cannot be only demand forecasting. Demand forecasting is a starting point. Along with that, a lot of additional data points have to be brought in, which includes the schedules, which includes the RE as well, and the grid constraints and whatever existing contracts there are, which includes thermal, hydro, intrastate, and what is happening at the state periphery. By bringing together all of this, by having a dispatch on short, medium, and long term ahead, a lot of this process can be automated. This is one use case. But along with automation, there is an optimization angle which can be looked at by looking at historical references of what has happened at resource adequacy crunch periods in the previous years and seeing what has been the supply at that time, what have been the market prices at that time. If a similar scenario occurs again, how is a state positioned to deal with that now? The platform would help in doing that kind of analysis. Can we go to the... Yeah, so this is kind of a screenshot of an application that we are working on, which is trying to bring together all of this. This would give you satellite imagery for every 15-minute basis from multiple sources, giving you understanding of cloud as well as fog. Fog, again, is a major factor for solar, especially that during some times in the year. It's not as much in Karnataka. There are some instances. But of course, in the northern states of India, this is a major concern where you have fog during winter months for some period during the day. There's a much lower generation, which then suddenly ramps up sometime around 10:30 to 11 a.m., going up to 12 a.m. And this can bring a lot of uncertainty in the solar side. Along with this, we can have tracking of the market signals, say, for example, demand on MU and peak demand, peak megawatt consumption for all states for the next several days, and also looking back in history up to few years. And then we can also bring in the weather overlays on this. So what this can help with is, like I said, tracking and prediction of all these parameters which are relevant to the market, which is more long term. And then on the short term or a much more near term basis, the satellite imaging will help track what may happen in the next few hours. And in this, there will also be provisions for, say, automating alerts to some event that may happen to a particular asset or a region of interest to any discom or generator, saying, when this event may occur, please inform us in advance based on either the prediction or what is happening from a cloud movement and rain point of view by looking at satellite images. So the outcomes that can come from this, some of these points I've already made, that we can have projections in the short to medium term for the demand and supply scenario, looking at discom specific electric consumption patterns and also the RE supply patterns within those regions. Special events like, say, for example, the cyclones that we do face pre and post monsoon, those can be tracked with much greater accuracy, and impacts of those can be analyzed historically as well as in real time. And finally, improve scheduling of supply and maybe exploring avenues of load shifting. This is where opportunity cost exists, where some interventions may help in saving costs. Taking some assumptions on these potential savings, if we just try and build out from this. So if we say only in the non-monsoon period, if there is a 5 to 10% reduction or cost savings possible just by load shifting of IP sets, only of the agri loads, perhaps there is a scope for 700 to 1,400 crores in savings. This is just 5 to 10%. On the surplus power that is sold by Karnataka, if, say, we assume only a 10% better revenue realization through better tools, through better optimization, we are looking at maybe an additional approximately 280, 300 crores of additional revenue. And finally, if we just look at DSM charges alone and say maybe a 20% reduction on this through better analysis, through better tools, that alone could add an additional saving of about 100 crores. So overall, we're looking at, say, little less than 2,000 crores of savings potentially by making, not major improvements, just 5 to 10% in this range. Yeah, finally, I mean, this is just about us, the company, RE Connect Energy. I'm Asim, and Vishal is also here with me. I think I'll end with this. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
At present, your Karnataka, you're forecasting the RE Connect is a major forecast for the Karnataka. I think 3,000, I think around 5,000, I think, if I'm wrong, including solar and wind. How much is your forecasting Karnataka? Capacity, yes. Total capacity you are tied up with for forecast, 6.5. Out of which, particular to wind in a year, in terms of with respect to schedule, not with respect to AVC. AVC is only to the avoid the commercial things. For system operator, I require exact scheduling. Out of 30,040 blocks in a year, how many blocks you are deviated more than 15%? and less than 15%. Yeah, separately, wind and solar.
So, I mean, if you are looking at an aggregate basis, you're asking with respect to schedule, but then what is tracked is with respect to capacity. With respect to capacity, 10% with respect to schedule can be a very misleading figure, because if say schedule is 10 megawatt, just as an example, and the error is of 20 megawatt forecast error, that's a 100% error, but it's only a 10 megawatt band. So to keep it, as a global standard, with respect to capacity, normalized is what is considered. So we are looking at errors if we are talking about, say, within 10% range. For wind over a year, we are looking at 90%, close to 90% in range.
In terms of schedule.
In terms of schedule, yes.
In terms of
And solar would be even higher overall.
I think this question we had taken up during the regulatory hearing
Yeah,
also,
regulatory,
and
yes.
we had submitted the data.
Yeah.
The average absolute error for wind and solar. We also have REMC data
Yes.
for Karnataka and other states. Intraday and day ahead. Intraday errors are roughly around 140 to 170 megawatt for entire state. And this has nothing to do with schedule. This is forecast minus actual. The day ahead errors are about 30-40 megawatt. This is for whole of Karnataka. Now, we had raised this question also, that what's the error in demand? Do we have data? Would love to hear those questions and answers around that.
Yeah, I particularly.
How much error is demand is contributing in state of Karnataka?
Yeah,
it's a 15
So
gigawatt grid.
In terms of load forecasting concerned, I think you are also faced a lot of issues with weather, particularly
Yes.
for us. Also,
Numbers, sir. I gave my numbers.
Yeah,
Now, do
yeah.
we have numbers? Because every time I hear you park entire blame on
Yeah, yeah.
renewables.
Yes. No, no, no.
Right.
That is the
Yeah.
thing. We are going to say
So-
that in a year, sir.
Mohan. Question is simple. How much the demand variation? How much
That
errors
is the
is
point
there?
I'm going to come there. Just briefing how we are. I say entire Karnataka, we are agriculture dependent. I'll give the exact number also. I'll
Bolo
not
na, approximate bolo.
No, no,
exact
even
nahi
exact
mangta hai.
numbers I'll tell. I'll not even random number. I'll not tell that.
Tell na.
This load is varying. For example, if all of a sudden demand crashes in the Karnataka, we are that much also we are forecasting, because we have a history of 15,000 demand pattern. We have the history and how weather playing with our
What is
electricity.
the variation in
The
your
variations
calculation?
is in a overall year. If you take our percentage is 6%, less than even 6%. When it comes to the
6% of 15,000 megawatt is 900 megawatt.
No, yeah, I'm telling about each block 6%. Entire you take 15,000.
It's same, right?
There you will 15,000. You will come only 2% or 1%. If you come to the when our demand is very consistent, our load forecast is very accurate. Even 1% it is there. I'm overall year we be considering the monsoon sudden drop of
Average.
our agriculture demand because of rain and all those things. It's 6%.
6% is not accurate, sir.
No.
6% on 15,000, the demand side error is contributing to
You are-
900
that's the
megawatt.
thing,
If you
you are
just look at your own number,
15,000. I'm telling when the demand
the
is
wind
when
and
the-
solar contributes to 150 megawatt.
from when it comes
So
to this, sir.
why blame just renewable?
No. I'm telling from October to I'll give the gap of June to September. Apart from that, our forecasting is very accurate. Is less than 3 to 2%. It is ranges from 2 to 3%. We are
That
not
is
blaming.
intraday,
No,
right?
it is not blaming our renewables. We are running with
No, sir,
renewables.
those are the
We are
line of
leaving it
arguments,
renewables.
right?
We have to come out with solutions. I'm not blaming the renewables. This is a good product. We cannot say that this is a bad product. We can end up, we'll go with conventional. That is not we are telling. We are telling to improve or wherever the scope is there, they need to improve it. That's it.
No, that is correct. So,
No,
but
I'm
you
not-
can't
you are
pass
telling
on
that you are
entire obligation to one sector and say that all the root cause for entire problem I face is because of this sector.
No, when it comes to the
Right.
monsoon season, sir, when it comes to the monsoon season, our demand is very less because agriculture load is hardly 5 to 8%. It's hardly 5 to. We can easily predict our demand. Even easily predict our demand. What is my demand? Is in a solar hour probably 7,000. Suppose wind is suddenly increases from 1,000 megawatt to 2,000 megawatt. Where going to stand
Absolutely,
in a real
sir.
time?
Number to number, I gave number around what is the average error for wind and solar. There are excursions where you will see not even 1,000, maybe 2,000 megawatt error for some period of time.
Yes.
Demand also, BESCOM constitutes almost 50% of Karnataka. You agree? It's
Yes.
reported number.
Yes.
How many times we see dense cloud over Bangalore? What kind of demand crash we are looking at? And these are very frequent.
Yes, sir.
Right. There the demand crash could run into few thousand megawatt. So it is not very uncommon for this unknown behavior to play a part in the grid management. But the question is, when you represent just one day or one time block a day and say, oh, I received 2000 megawatt error because of RE, we would want to see what kind of errors we see in demand because of weather. Weather impacts agri, it impacts overall industrial consumption, residential consumption. And SLDC suffers because of that. The DISCOMs also suffers because of that. So the point is, if you are looking at overall grid balancing, grid security, power cost optimization, every aspect has to be looked into, and not just one, small angle where you keep harping on the same aspect that, okay, the error is introduced because weather is variable for demand also. So number to number, sir, we need to have conversations around that, and not just what problem you face because of renewable. That's the only humble submission I would like to make.
I think it's fairly interesting, both sides. I think it's time to move, if you finished.
Yeah, no, I'd just like to add,
Okay.
because Mohanji was, I feel he's quite technically competent also. He understands. One of the
We
point,
can't hear you, Asim. I'm sorry.
sorry. So I was just saying that from what I was understanding from Mohanji, he seems to be technically aware of the challenges. So, but then one of the points that you made, that I need a perfect forecast or a perfect schedule for renewables. But I know for sure that you already know that this is not possible. Never possible.
No, we never say that. It's
Yeah, I agree.
everywhere
So-
it is a possibility is there. We have to work out.
Yes.
In India, what will happen? Even our DSM, when we are going to pitch the commercially, we will improve it. Otherwise, earlier, I think many of you know, in 2010 regulations for sign change, 12 blocks. Every 12 blocks, we need to change the sign. Whether we are drawing from the grid, one block, after 12 blocks, we need to inject. Nobody is doing it because there is no commercial
Has
pinch with
somebody
them.
calculated for Karnataka the variation on demand as well as on forecast? What is the number coming to and cost to the consumer? Has anyone done this exercise? Not yet.
So
Okay.
there's one point I'll cover it. When people are not doing it, when they're going, these commissions think that we need to pinch them with the commercial things. When 2018 DSM regulation, they brought a sign change for 6 blocks with penalty of 20%. You just imagine, sir, 20%. If I not
That is when it was
if you're
UI.
not changing,
That was
changing,
UI,
if
no?
entire
Abhi to market aa gaya, bhai.
yeah.
हाँ.
When entire things for example 1 crore I'm already paying, another 20% used to pay for once a sign change block.
Yeah.
There we need to improve, and we have developed our technology. We have internal software we have developed for each and everything. We are ticked the alarm, and we are going to change the sign. Even with generator, conventional generator, they have done it.
Right.
Thereby, they maintain the grid disciplines. Earlier, what we are thinking, even I think 12 blocks means 1.5 to nearly the 3 hours, even unable to change. Every 1.5 hour used to change from the because of penalty. I'm not telling that you need to penalize, then only you improve. There is a scope for improvement of renewable solar in a forecast itself. We have to try. We need to improve our renewables resources, and we have to
No, you need
absorb
to
it.
improve forecast. That point
Yes.
is well taken.
So on that point,
Asim,
I
can you
just
close?
like to, just the suggestion that I was saying was what we are talking about is deterministic forecast. There's one forecast point and then there's one actual point, and we are looking at the difference between that. And that is being either penalized or not, which is a commercial mechanism. It's an incentive or a disincentive to stick to your schedule. But from a grid operator point of view, what I would suggest, and this request I believe should be coming from all SLDCs, is that we need to start looking at not deterministic but probabilistic forecast, not one forecast point, but multiple, where we can see with a confidence if there is an error, what is the range the error is likely to be in. There will be times when the error will be larger, but we can tell beforehand that in this region the error is likely to be larger. And then for that region, there can perhaps be better decisions made on a planning point of view from a grid operator point of view. This is not a commercial mechanism which can be used to settle. But then from a grid management point of view, we need to move past the deterministic conversations to a more confidence interval, probabilistic discussions where we are looking at multiple forecasts and understanding uncertainties.
Okay, well done. Thank you so much. A round of applause for my friend Asim. I'm now going to request, you loaded your presentation? Request another gentleman with some solutions. Mike, they don't. Mike. Do introduce yourself, sir. You can start by introducing yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ramandeep Singh. I'm practice head in Marketos
in terms of
Consulting, and I'm joined by my colleague Mr. Shailendra Shukla, who looks after the entire energy portfolio of its customers. Decarbonization solutions that we offer to our clients, primarily the distribution companies as well as the generating companies. We provide end-to-end solutions so far as the energy portfolio optimization is concerned. These are some of the clientele we have. We have our offices in Delhi, Mumbai, Lucknow, and we have project offices in Bangalore as well. These are some of the clientele that we are basically working in. And so far as the energy portfolio is concerned, we recently supported CRC for the grid code, which has been finalized, and also in the power market regulations, which basically deals with the coupling of the power exchanges. So there has been, support has been provided to the CRC by our team. So we have heard, and I think the gentleman, Mr. Mohan, I think he's from the utility sector.
SLDC.
SLDC, okay. So we do appreciate your presence because we have been working extensively with all the utilities, SLDCs, and we have been providing these kind of services to almost three of the discoms, UP, Bihar, and Madhya Pradesh, and we are going to start the work in Maharashtra also for these kind of activities. We understand because we are also working with the Maharashtra Commission for tightening of the TSN bands. Because when it comes to let's say 0 to 15%, we believe
Maharashtra is 250 megawatts, right?
sorry,
Maharashtra deviation allowed is 250.
it's 15%. 0 to 15%, there is no deviation charge.
15% of
Of the overall absolute annual basic salary in a particular time.
नहीं उसको deviation कितना allowed है यहाँ पे कर्नाटक को 200 है तो महाराष्ट्र is much more bigger so it's 250 megawatts CRC DSM
No, I'm saying talking about NERC DSM. So they are saying 15% is the overall limit in which there is no charge. So when I see 0 to 15%, almost 80% of the entries fall within that range. But when it comes to, let's say, when I look at this narrow band of 0 to 12%, almost like 50 to 60% fall within that band. So 12 to 15 is the basically cutoff limit in which most of the deviations do happen. And for this 15% variation, there is no penalty on the renewable companies. But so far as these deviations are concerned, the discounts or the SLDCs have to manage the entire portfolio, looking at after all the corrections involved. So most of on their portfolio is basically a fixed kind of arrangement in which almost 80 to 90% of the portfolio is through long-term PPAs. And then the discounts do have a tendency because the kind of forecasting that is happening and the kind of supply side that they have, they always tend to keep a lot of margin of safety when it comes to the supply portfolio, which means they are not able to unleash most of their surplus capacities into the grid. They always believe that there might be certain contingency requirements and we might have to use this power at our disposal. Then demand pattern, which is a distinct peak and off-peak characteristics that might happen, leading to over forecasting or under forecasting that might happen. The consumer mix, agriculture and commercial routes, they vary on a state-to-state basis, and which is their customization is required when it comes to any kind of solution that anybody proposes for them. Then supply portfolio is like dependencies on exchanges. How much of power requirement is there? When it comes to let's say Bihar, the dependence of exchange was far larger as compared to the state of Madhya Pradesh, or when it comes to the state like Odisha. And then extent of RE in portfolio, which is basically the root cause. In some of the cases, wherein the states which have large amount of RE portfolios in their overall supply capacity. So these are the challenges, both in terms of the demand forecasting as well as the supply forecasting, which leads to a lot of errors. Now, on the left side, which is the base case, is something which is like an ideal situation wherein the green band, which is my demand forecast, is totally in sync with the supply dispatch. That's the kind of ideal situation that one would like to have. We have solutions. Let's say even if this is the kind of solution, the position that one might have, then there are a lot of opportunities which might exist. For example, you have a lot of capacities available with you, and there is a particular amount of demand that you want to meet. You can dispatch your own generating stations to meet that demand, or it could be an arbitrage opportunities wherein you back down your generation and you buy power from the exchange to meet that particular demand. That is an ideal case in which this one of the solution could work. But in real time, it is basically always a question of over forecasting or under forecasting. Because you might under forecast or over forecast. Let's say if I take the case of over forecasting, which means you presume that this would be my base case demand, but in reality, which is the over forecasting case, the overall demand is lower as compared to what you have forecasted. But you would have already scheduled your costly or the marginal generators, which means you are dispatching your power into the grid. You are not consuming it yourself, and in return, you are getting the DSM rate, which might be suboptimal as compared to the cost of generation, which means you are dispatching a 5 rupee per unit power, and in DSM, if it is a higher frequency prevailing in the grid, what you get against that 5 is only 4 rupees. Similarly, if it is a case of under forecasting, you projected demand is 100 MUs and your actual demand is let's say 120. So you have not scheduled your generation at real time for meeting that demand, and you might end up paying the higher charges for DSM to meet that particular demand. So when you say that you have sudden gust of wind generation which is happening into the grid, and you have primitive solutions or you are doing it manually, salute to you if you are handling those kind of portfolios and selling that power manually by placing grid rebates on RTM or TSM. So that's where we require a particular solution which basically accurately predicts your demand for the next years, the next days. It could be any variation because grid code talks about resource adequacy these days. So it's not just about the dam or dam. It is also about what kind of resource planning you need to do. Most of it because we said that the lock-in is basically into long-term PPAs. So going forward, what kind of demand is going to be there in your particular state? Typically, what we have seen is when it comes to let's say power procurement, there's an order from the commission that is required to basically go ahead with any kind of long-term procurement. So what we normally do is we simply say that my peak demand in the historical 5 years is let's say is growing at a CAGR of 5%. We project that 5% CAGR, and then we say at 85% this is going to be my supply, and therefore if there is a gap consistently there for the next 5 years, we say that okay, I need a base load megawatt of let's say 1,000 megawatt or 2,000 megawatt. None of the exercises that we have seen wherein you would be actually doing what kind of peak demand or peak demand that you have, what kind of base load capacities that you have is actually being portrayed before any of the commissions. But this is going to be a reality soon because there is a lot of RPO, HPO obligations being put onto the system. So therefore, how accurately you predict your demand on a day-ahead basis, what is the kind of contingencies that you need to keep in order to comply with the resource adequacy requirements becomes critical. So that's where this tool comes into picture that we want to portray. So this Joule OS is basically our own proprietary AI-based tool, which basically has capabilities, just like my friend initially explained in the iConnect. So this is kind of similar kind of tool, but we have deployed it in 3 places. And this tool is basically able to capture your demand forecast, do the simulations in terms of what kind of demand would be there, what is the kind of supply optimization matrix that you need to have, how much of wind capacities you need to add. Just to mention the CA, when they did the optimal generation capacity mix for India for 2930, they used Ordina, and we had provided these kind of software services to them. So similarly, in the case of Karnataka also, because we have a lot of RE portfolio in state. So therefore, going forward, and not only this, we have, because you mentioned that you might have a lot of capacity coming in, or there might be that you need to dispatch the overall the other generating station that you might have in case there is a shortfall in the renewable forecasted energy that somebody has provided to you. So this is an end-to-end solution which provides all kind of facilities, which basically says that from a perspective of demand, let's say tomorrow, what is going to be my demand for the 96 blocks, we will capture that. Then in my supply portfolio, we take into consideration all the data of the supply solution that you have, including bring further hydro as well as the renewable energy portfolio that you have, renewable energy portfolio that you have. And based on that, we also provide in terms of the market forecast of prices that might prevail in DAM, and other places. Basis that the optimization engine could run and give me numbers of dispatch, that how much of demand should I meet using my own sources of generation, and what could be my opportunities to buy power from the grid to meet the demand, or what are the places wherein I will have surplus capacities where I can sell the surplus capacity that I might have from various supply sources that I have. So this model basically has end-to-end automated matrices available in the system. We can show in a separate maybe session what are the capabilities of this model. But this is that the solution automatically tells you that this is the kind of surplus capacity that I need to sell into the grid. This could be the price forecast which I should put in my bids. So all this bid in terms of quantum, in terms of prices, that can be automatically generated in, let's say, 100 megawatt from 5 different portfolios, 5 different generating stations. I can simply create the bid. Workflow process will take it to the next level, who is the approver. And thus simply when somebody approves it, it will automatically be placed into the grid under different portfolios of DAM, or RTM, or whatever is the portfolio that I want to invest in. Similarly, if you want to buy power at any point of time in order to meet any shortfall capacity that you have, the similar pattern can be followed. Now, these are some of the tools that we have designed and put into practice in pre-discount, which have given them significant results. So these are basically the system architecture. The only limited point which I want to show over here is that when you comes to, let's say, demand forecasting, there are two kind of models. One is when I'm considering the short term, then historical demand data, special events, time factor, weather data, those become very, very critical. And we have got specialized data entry points. For example, when you talk about the temperature, or forecasting through the weather forecasting. Initially, when we started this concept, almost like 2018, we relied on IMD data. So IMD data was like, 3 there is going to be a huge rainfall that might happen. Rainfall does happen, but not at 3. It happens at 6. So IMD data is basically giving you a frequency of 3 hours. We are using IBM graph, which is basically the resolution is around 15 minutes. On a 15-minute basis, they keep on refreshing their demand, or the weather forecasting that is available with them. So that helps me to correct my portfolio on a real-time basis. So if, let's say, if we believe that only a huge wind gust is going to come and which might push my demand, so immediately my system can capture that if the demand is going to fall or it remains constant, then against my portfolio, what could be my surplus capacities, my bid is ready. As soon as that event happens, I can simply place my bid and earn that arbitrage opportunity. Let's go. The second important factor which I talked about was the long-term forecasting, because that's a resource adequacy requirement that is going to be asked by the Central Commission as well. So in that, the other factors like GDP, historical and projected growth, those are the kind of variables that would be asked from SLDCs or the distribution companies, so that the overall control area error within the state falls within a limited band. So this is the simulation of how we do the forecasting. So if the dotted line on top is my demand, basis that my software optimization engine will tell that what is the kind of capacities that we need to dispatch at different point of time, what could be my surplus and what could be my deficit, and those bits could be placed on a real-time basis. So when we started this process, it was under the guidance of Sri Alok Kumar, and within a period of, let's say, from 2018 to July 2019, the overall savings in fixed cost, because you mentioned that a lot of the standard capacity that you might have, and open access also issues were talked about. So if we keep on, if the consumers keep on moving towards open access, you will ultimately end up having a lot of standard capacities with you. The only solution at this point of time could be that you sell your capacities in such a manner. Whenever you have surplus capacities, you tend to recover that cost from the grid. There might be other states who might be power hungry at that point of time. So by selling the power at a slightly higher than my variable cost of generation, so at that point of time rupees 1.1 billion had been recovered by you. Now, the most important factor over here was, in case of UP, they always had this tendency that if, let's say, my demand is 100 and I have got a 120 megawatt portfolio available with me, they will never dispatch that 20 megawatt portfolio. They always wanted to keep that 20 megawatt as a margin for themselves, saying that any contingency might happen. But once they got the confidence through the system that this 100 megawatt demand, it follows a particular range, and this 120 megawatt, even if, let's say, there is a contingency or any problem with one of the stations, at least you will have, let's say, 110 megawatt is something that you can keep as a buffer. So 10 megawatt capacity was then unleashed into the market. They were not selling any power. They started selling power once they get confidence through this tool. And by virtue of this selling into the exchange, they were able to get this kind of benefits of recovery of their fixed cost. If this happens in the state of Karnataka also, your overall open access charges, the standard acid AS charges, those charges can also reduce to a large extent. Next. We didn't stop at what we started in UP, and then we started developing, as I mentioned, in terms of demand forecast, supply availability, optimization scheduling, automated trade strategy, which I just mentioned, in terms of the overall end-to-end, integrated process wherein every bit can be placed into different kind of products and services, and different kind of reports that we are generating, which is essentially required as SLDC, or there are a lot of reports being asked by the state commission or the state distribution companies to be submitted to the commission. So all sort of analysis, how much of quantum did we sell, what was the average rate, and how much of yield did we get by selling that power into exchange. Those kind of reports is through dashboards we are visualizing them and can be downloaded in the form of an Excel. Next. So by virtue of this, the overall forecasting error was reduced drastically. So I'm not committing anything over here saying that, if I come to this place and because there are a lot of renewable energy capacities in the system, I will be able to reduce it to 1 to 2%. There are chances, because weather forecasting is still not that very accurate, but we are able to keep that overall reduction of charges to the extent of 4 to 5%. And when there are certain ad hoc kind of events, this overall charges or the variation, which we normally refer as the MAVE, is slightly higher. But then overall, when I look at my overall portfolio in a year, it normally falls less than 3%, 3 to 4%. It is less than 4%. So that includes all kind of major events that might happen in any of the states. Then RE integration, resource planning adequacy is also being taken care of, and long-term capacity building and resource adequacy, as I mentioned, is also being captured in this particular product. Now, another important aspect when it comes to, let's say, you have a lot of in the when you said, there was a regulation which said that there is a sign change that is supposed to happen. So in UP when we were there, so we had basically captured that particular regulations in the form of our model, wherein for every 5 or 6 blocks, whenever we found that the deviations are happening in a particular direction, the system used to autocorrect, and we used to shift our demands or schedule more power so that we remain in that change of this the sign change which was required under the regulation. So those kind of things have been incorporated, and what we have been asked by our clients now is that they want complete load management to be happening through this portal itself, which means when, let's say, that's a last resort that you want to do any kind of load shedding. But even if it is that is supposed to happen, typically what was to happen was, whenever there is a load roastering requirement, they used to say cut down the power in this particular area. So 1 or 2 areas became the target areas, and because they always knew that okay, the losses in this area are the highest. So irrespective of the fact what kind of returns this area particularly provides to us, there was an ad hoc pattern. So now they want this particular tool to basically help them out, that in case you register for a demand side control that we will curtail our demand to a certain extent. We have an automated tool which helps us to identify the area which should be rostered. Next. So real-time plant outage. So the benefits is you are doing the overall holistic level demand supply management, and activities have now been integrated into this particular system, which will help you to meet your demand in the most optimized manner. Now that was UP when I said 2018 to 2019. But right now from 2018 to till date, the overall recovery of fixed charges is around 700 crores per year, and the total is around 4,000 crore of additional recovery from 2018 onwards. When we started the work in Madhya Pradesh also, there was also the tendency that they didn't want to sell their surplus power. But look at the quantum of volumes that have increased volumes into the market and resulted in a gain of around 231 crores in DAM and 410 crores in terms of the RTM volumes that the state is now selling into the grid. Now, just that somebody should not feel that this presentation was only for discoms, to have something for the generators as well. So for generators, we understand that there are two conflicting interests. The discoms always want that the cost should be optimized, which is the lowering of the cost. Whereas the sellers would always say that I want to sell the portfolio so that it results in a maximized profit for me. So for sellers, we have this specialized tool wherein this tool can be utilized by the generators to basically optimize their profit. What we are doing over here is we are basically mapping in terms of what are the kind of volumes being sold in various markets, various products, DDAM, DAM, DAC, ITD, and then what is the kind of uh, overall selection that is happening in these particular markets or in these particular products. Looking at that, because there is a combination of the overall volume and the price. The more volume you put into any of the products, the prices of that product might fall. So there has to be an optimized balancing of your portfolio, whether it is renewable, whether it is conventional, how much of quantum to put and how much of price to pay, so that it results in a maximization of the overall revenue for you. So this kind of portfolio we have been also providing to some of the generators. And we believe that we did a small case study for a solar generator. We found that at least 10 to 15%, if I, let's say, plain vanilla apply my surplus quantum in any of the products, what could be my average price which I would fetch by selling power in any of these products, vis-a-vis if I do a portfolio optimization and try to sell back the products in different markets at different prices. So 10 to 15% of additional revenues could also be earned using this product. So this way, both the generators as well as discoms can basically I would say benefit out of this product in case used optimally. But largely, this product has been demonstrated successfully in free distribution now. Thank you. If you have any questions, my technical member, Mr. Shukla, you can help you out with the questions.
Mohan, any questions?
So in terms of Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh, you are doing the load forecasting for the portfolio management. What are the factors you are going to consider for the load forecasting in UP and Madhya Pradesh?
Both are same. As we are having n number of forecasting engine with us. So we are using nearly 17 forecasting engine. So where we have time series, then regression. So these are things are there. And then we use assembly by those methodologies.
No,
So we are using
system operator, like you are fully technically, you are telling that different methods are using like the artificial technology, all those things you are going to use. For me, like the normal things.
So when you are talking about day ahead, intraday, RTM, it will be majorly on weather. But if you talk about long term, so what will happen for an water in those crops and other parameters that we are considering in the long term forecast.
How we are fitting this industrialization and development of the upcoming projects, and how we are going to incorporate in the long term. Now, how the factors you are going to take, where you are going to take those statistics, For us, we are also doing the load forecasting for 10 years. What sir is mentioned for the CEA, we are going to project for 10 years, 5 years plan, and yearly plan, ahead plan, and in a real time plan used to do. There we are going to take which are the, we knows that in a real time what are the things we have mentioned, weather and this agriculture demand and temperature. But in terms of long term, like for me, but I'm doing this load forecast for the long term, for 10 years advance or 5 years advance. How the industrialization and IT sector going to develop there, those statistics you are taking, how you are going to fitting your model.
See, that is a AI method, AI and ML. What you might be applying in Excel, so you will apply a fixed percentage for the right hand side for forecasting. But what we do, our forecasting starts 10 years ago. From 10, what it will try to do, it will try to fit its best algorithm in the past 10 years, and whatever parameter value comes, it will apply for the next year and so on.
Sir,
Okay,
one
hang
last
on,
question.
Mohan, hold on.
Yes.
I just want to reinforce your point. See, one of the problems that has happened after CA. So they knew exactly where the generating point is coming and they knew where the load point is coming. So they could plan transmission, they could do this. The point he's making is a very important point, because now with the delicensing of generation and coming in of small generators also renewable, they're coming all over the place. So I don't know, now I'm told, I was talking to Chairman CA, he's told me they've tried to plug it, but it's very difficult to know where what is going to come, right? Is there a way for you to anticipate where what will come up in terms of generation point and where the load points will be? For example, take a city like Bangalore. I mean, the load points are shifting. The rural areas, like towards the airport 10 years ago, there's hardly any load. It's growing crazy. So how will you do that is the question he's asking.
So the point is, for the first part, long-term economic factors. So these we are applying into the system for the previous years, and from there we will find out their percentages for percentage contribution, right? From their system will pick up. Plus, if we are going to do these things separately from the previous forecasting, for an example, where if we are anticipating battery storage to come into the system, so that we need to put some percentage. What percentage of battery input will come into the system, and system will accordingly adjust its forecast. So for the considering the things which are going on, there we are applying AI and ML methods. Plus, for some disruptive technologies, we need to apply comes three kind of scenario: normal scenario, optimistic, and pessimistic. So in that range, we have to focus.
Continues to sir, what mentioned is very exactly what we are facing, and is rightly pointed out that addition to that point, what you mentioned, that is generation is going to add. It's a de-licensed. Anybody can even 100 kilowatt now it came. Even if you are not connected with grid, anybody can. They don't want to take permission from the distribution company also, as per the green energy open access rules. This we cannot accommodate. Who is going to meet from their generation itself? That is apart from sir has also mentioned that. Another point, when we are forecasting in 2015, we have no idea about this electrical vehicles. Nowadays, here and there, you are getting the electrical vehicles. All of a sudden, 2000 megawatt added in our grid. All these things, how you are factoring in your load forecasting? If after 10 years only I'm going to see your load, this long-term forecast, there I'm unable to face the problems. I'm see this is the charges is going to come. For sudden planning, we have to pay the additional charges. This is the increase the tariff. If I do long-term planning exactly, my sudden charges will come now, that we can avoid. If long-term forecast is considering how we are going to factories those things, it will help for the distribution company as well as the load managers.
Correct. I'll just, before you answer the question, let me share with you a personal experience. This is about 6 years back. Ministry of Power summoned a meeting and we were all called there. And the terms of reference was that we want you to tell us the plan for the next 20 years. Okay. And I said, plan for what? And then they were very, how government works is once you get an instruction, then you follow it. It doesn't matter whether it makes sense or not. So plan for power consumption and load. I said, but power consumption and load from where to where? That we don't know. You have to tell us. So I said, this is like you're asking us to do, like Nostradamus predicting the future or something. You have to tell us. And what is happening? You're right. Electric vehicles is one tamasha. There's some more stuff happening. If you get utility level storage happening, and you have charging stations all along the highways and malls and whatever, there's another issue which is slightly different from what he's doing, and that is, okay, what is the status of a charging station? My problem is that we are now running into storage. Very good. Who will regulate storage? Electricity regulator or the transport regulator who is controlling the vehicle? Right? I don't get an answer. We have converted it into a notification, okay? Because storage is not there in the act, as you know, right? So we've converted into notification that we are converting electrical energy into chemical energy, and that is a service. Moment you say it's a service, then is the charging station a consumer? And if he's a consumer, and I'm airing this, in advance, cross subsidy surcharge, additional surcharge, and then on top of it, you'll have more excitement. Ki bhai, it is a consumer.
Correct, exactly, sir. It's happening now.
Contract demand, right? Now, if he's said contract demand, but nobody comes to charge from his station, he's finished.
Yes.
So my point is, there's a whole bunch of things which these lawyers are going to make tons of money. Okay, you and I are going to be just sitting around. So my point is, while you're asking him for a long-term forecast, my submission to you is that the way the AI works is based on machine learning and data. That is, we'll be having 7,000 charging stations where charging takes 3 hours, and all apartment buildings in Bangalore, Bescom area have to have charging stations. And now they have to change the transformers because they can't take the load. Everyone is charging the thing at the same time. All of that stuff. So it's a different subject for a different, but we'll sit down and discuss it
No,
offline.
many people came with for us. They are telling that we'll do exact load forecast for even 10 years and even real time. How we are very interested that how they are going to do it. Even we are every day we are used to do that. If they are suggesting us, even they are doing for us also. We are ready to take that. That is the thing I wanted to know. That's it, sir. We don't want to like we.
They'll give you. They'll give you based on your existing
yes,
data. They can't predict. It's like psychic. Yeah, I mean, like
this. It's almost what you mentioned, astrology somewhere.
they're not using astrology. I
No,
can
no.
tell you that.
Now we are using a tool. We have internal. We have developed Samastha. Earlier used to do our own, and we are taking the consultation from the RLDC also, Regional Load Dispatch Centers. And now
How
we are
successful is Samast been for you?
Samath, we have started. We are not yet going live, sir. We have started. We are giving the inputs, all the, what real time weather forecast, and real this how agriculture trend is going to change for each temperature variations. All the feedbacks we are given to our Samast project fellow, and he has developed. We have to see the output of it.
Who's
now.
he? Who's he?
Yeah, it's his transvision company, sir. Who? It's some he is agency for doing load forecast for us.
More into manageability side because we need to manage the system right now. So we had mostly worked into that, but nobody can guarantee for 10 years. For an example, Corona pandemic, when comes, if anybody has predicted it.
No, those unpredictable things nobody will ask.
So that's why.
No, I'm just things will move with the government policies. Even 10 years government will there. Their policies are somewhat consistent. If, for example, is this in central government, this RE renewables 500 gigawatt is there.
No, hold on. You are saying you want to have a prediction model for the unpredictable, and you are contradicting yourself.
No.
So I understand where you're coming from, but
Okay.
it's not possible. What you are asking is not. You're right. It's not possible.
Long-term load forecasting. See, it has to be one, the historical trends, which he rightly mentioned, then the GDP growth in the state. Because typically when you do a CAGR, all those factors would be there and it might cover up any kind of load forecast or the load increment that is going to happen in the state. What you probably are asking is that, we could have also done that CAGR kind of growth, because in the past we to basically go and do some kind of a primary survey with different kind of agencies. For example, when I talk about Maharashtra, it would be MIDC. So those guys would have some plans, in terms of whether any industrial areas are coming up or not. They can give you more insights what are their plans. Housing societies, those kind of, I'm saying the housing boards and all, so those would give you some kind of a prediction in terms of what are the new areas being carved out. So doing a primary survey, then talking about electricity recharging facilities or the EV facilities. So the industry automotive societies of India, those could be contacted to see that what is the kind of vision that they hold for the state, and what is the kind of overall the other developments that might happen. Because in your state per se, there are a lot of the discussions were also held about long time back about RLNG trucks being floated. So then if you see, eventually not much has happened. But those kind of primary surveys would be required to basically gather field data, and then combined with that the models that we have developed to fine tune it. But then, as sir suggested, getting a robust kind of thing, and in saying that if 99.99% this is going to be the load forecasting, that may or may not happen. But we can try to make it more and more realistic by plugging in the realities.
Yes.
Okay.
In terms of like what they have presented for a day ahead and in the real time, for month ahead or day ahead or real time, those presentation is very near to, is very practical. Those present is very good, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mohan. You got a compliment, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mohan doesn't give compliment easily. He's SLDC, remember? Thank you, Mohan.
Thank you all.
Okay, now we'll move to which is about the legal situation. Okay. Unfortunately, our main speaker on that aspect is in court. Has he come? He'll come after the conference gets over. Okay, no problem. We are Indian Standard Time, sir. No problem. Okay, in the meanwhile, we have another lawyers who are slightly differently looking at the aspects of um the power sector. And that is the question of the fact that if the discoms are so weak financially and they're running in a loss, then what do we do with regard to those people who supply them the power, the generators? Are there any generators that supply power to the discoms? You do. You do. Do you get paid on time, sir?
We are fortunately on the wheeling and banking, so we don't get paid from the grid as such.
So you're not connected to them. Okay. Renew, do you get paid on time?
Because central government.
Answer the question, yes or no?
Yes, we are getting.
On time. Every 1 month you get your money. What do you do, central government? You
Implemented the LPS laws. No? As per the LPS laws, they included in the Prapti. So the invoices which are punched in Prapti, they are releasing the payment, because otherwise, if they are not releasing the payment, central government has come into a law. Those who are
You are in the Prapti portal. So yeah, so they basically the discounts you lag out danda and they are paying you. Anybody else who doesn't get paid on time? You're getting money? Lucky fellows. Okay. So basically, a lot of companies were not getting paid in various states. And so Prapti scheme seems to have done some good stuff for Karnataka. But we're going to talk about what happens to those companies where a government discom doesn't pay them, but a government bank takes them to the cleaners under the bankruptcy and insolvency code. So I'm going to invite the Singhania and company to quickly share the insolvency and bankruptcy code so that everybody here is aware of what are the latest developments in the laws and what are you going to face in case you don't get paid. Sir. Please introduce yourself, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. This is Jaya Mishra, associate from Singhani and Co. Please come.
The partner is Good afternoon. Thanks to IPPAI and to Sahari for this opportunity to give you some information about the IBC and how you will come out from this law when the lender will put pressure on you for the recovery of their loans.
So, more than population explosion, the biggest challenge which our country is facing as of this moment is disturbance and inability of the country to divide and distribute properly the resources which we have right of now. And the biggest resource in this moment is the power and the energy sector. So, in today's discussion, I'll be highlighting the following aspects, which includes the generic and the legal conundrum faced by the power generator companies, the role and authority of the state governments in this problem. Thirdly, the black swans, which is referred in the PPA, which is the power purchase agreements, the conundrum faced by the electricity regulators, the never-ending litigation cycle, the recommendations to DISCOM, and other recommendations which we would like to give to our policymakers and the agitating authorities. Now, directly coming to the surging issue of the hour. As we are aware that the three sectors which are involved in the power sector, whether it be generation, distribution, and transmission, have not only become a classic example of two-phase legal conundrum, but they are also facing the inability of the primitive laws which do not suffice the need of the hour, along with power given to the electricity regulatory authorities and the new laws that are void of experienced jurisprudence in this industry. The electricity regulatory authorities which were existing before, whether it be the Electricity Act and the Electricity Code of 2003, and the other amendments which have been brought, the power which is being given to CRC, SCRC, and the lack of interpretation jurisprudence with respect to the new law of the statute of IBC of 2016 and the malicious interpretation of the surfacing. The deficit, now coming to these three sectors. As of this moment, the generation companies are being declared insolvent expeditiously. The deficit revenue of the distribution agencies has exponentially grown.
So may I just understand, what you're saying is that Electricity Act 2003 came in 2003 and the IBC law came in 2016. And what you're also saying is that you could be declared a bankrupt company if the discoms don't pay you.
Exactly.
Okay.
In spite of you are having positive net worth.
In spite of having positive net worth.
Yes.
How does that work? If I have positive net worth, why should be?
I'll tell you. Suppose there are, it is not related to exclusively power generation companies. It can happen to any companies. For doing business, you want funds. So you will approach financial institutions. They will give you on a certain terms and conditions the loan. Once you will start defaulting to pay back their loan, what resources they are having to recovery. So we are having two era, one pre IBC and one is post IBC. Pre IBC it was wait pre IBC it was completely recovery. There was no resolution. So once you default, you are a defaulter company, and a banker or the financial institutions will financial institutions had full right to recover by any way your amount. But once IBC has come introduced, there is in that code, rather than recovery, government has proposed for resolutions. What is a resolution? Suppose if you are having a loan, you are not able to pay, lender may approach NCLT, that National Company Law Board Tribunal, under the IBC, and go for resolution process to invite other interested companies to take over their debt or run the company. So what is happening here? It's a tribunal. First of all, I need to understand. I need to tell you, this is a tribunal. What is the difference between tribunal and a court? Tribunal came out of an act, codified act, that is IBC. So these are National Law Company Law Board Tribunal. So tribunal cannot act beyond the codified act, whereas court can work. Court is having jurisdiction better than the tribunal. But when the matter comes tribunal, they have certain guidelines. So in the IBC, there is a guidelines called debt default. So if a company is having acknowledgement of debt and company is default company, so bankruptcy code will be initiated on that particular company.
But there is a discretionary power of the adjudicating authority, means the judges there. So primarily they see debt and default two component, but beyond the debt and default, they can see whether the company is having positive net worth. Insolvency means what? That company cannot pay back to anyone. But to a particular lender, yes, they may be defaulter, but they are having huge asset in that company. They cannot be the insolvent company per se, we can say, upfront. If that debt can be in that debt, if they get resolution, the company can start again functioning. So what is happening? My question is that my issue is here that the adjudicating authority nowadays not seeing the debt and default. Beyond the debt and default, they are looking into the matter, and they are giving opportunity to the borrower to revive their company by their own management, own promoters. So on recovery is not the recovery is not now happening in such a way which we used to see before IBC era.
So I have a question for you.
Yes.
Renew has set up a 200 megawatt plant and he's only able to schedule 25% or whatever, 50 megawatts. He's losing money. What happens?
Pardon?
Renew
Yes.
set up a 200 megawatt plant.
Yes.
Signed a contract saying that in case the power cannot be evacuated, he can't claim money. He can only schedule 25% of the power, so that's a maximum 50. At some point, you're gonna run out of money or no? You have too much money. Renew as foreign investors, no? अच्छा प्रोजेक्ट वाइज आप इन्वेस्टमेंट कराते हैं अच्छा कंपनी में नहीं होता है सो यूर ओके इवन इफ यू डोंट शेड्यूल द पावर you are in trouble. What trouble are you in? All your projections are wrong because instead of 200 revenue you're getting only तो default हो रहा है तुम्हारा नहीं क्या नहीं he's saying they are go project specific ना so it's not that the renew can keep funding it from their own pocket. Is that what you're doing? Yes, it will. Okay, go ahead, sir.
So now, as sir already said, that the deficit of the distribution company has already gone from 4,063 crores to 4,433.488 crores. Now the third part, the third agency which is here, the transmission agency, they also get suffered, making them poorly viable as the prices at which they charge their customers are very steep. And this also affect the industries and the businesses which are of small scale and which eventually end up contributing to the economy. Now sir, like as sir said, that the interpretation which has gone wrong when it comes to deciding whether a company or a power generator company, see, if there is a person who's a trader of any common object, whether it's goods or furniture or something XYZ, if there is a default and suppose he's not in a position to sell the existing good, in that case he will be in a more position to, his default will be in a better in a expediting position to be converted into a situation of insolvency, because no one is eventually buying the products or the inventories he has in his garage. However, opposite to that, these power company generators, they have the plants, they have the transmission devices, they have the energy facilitating systems on their own. So the rationale which has to be looked at whether deciding that the power generator companies default should amount to insolvency or not, that is a place where NCLT is not as of this moment doing a very important job. Moving ahead, as sir said, that the Prapti app, which is helping since 2018, the Uday, which is Ujjwal Discom Assurance Yojana, that also came into place. However, throwing some statistics on you all, the Ujjwal Discom Assurance Yojana has not been successful more than 50%, and the Prapti scheme is not available for small scale power contribution generation. Generators, the small scale power generators which have just entered into the business within a year, within 1.5 years, insolvency proceeding and SARFACI proceedings are started against them, because that app is not, because they are not well versed with, the way they were introduced to the industry is by the ACAC and the what systems which are happening beyond that, because these small scale industries do not have access to what the latest scheme is coming, so they face a very problem. And the regulating authorities, while giving an interim or a final award against or in favor of them, do not consider this aspect, that whether they were aware or they had the availability of fetching the existing default from any other resource or not.
So what you're saying is that people need to be much more aware about what's going on. You also, what you're saying, what I'm hearing is that IBC coming in has put a different angle to the whole story, whereas discoms could delay things. Now with Prapti coming in, discoms are choosing not to delay things at the moment.
Yes,
But
for the
but
industries which are already existing, for
yeah,
them, yes.
but what I'm reading between the lines is what you're saying is that for the moment in Karnataka at least there isn't a problem as such per se, but it's likely to could come up in case the situation goes out of hand.
For small scale industry, it's still a problem, sir.
Okay.
For small scale power generator companies, it's still a problem, who have just entered the business.
Small generators, sir.
Basically, a lender, they don't have any other option rather than going to IBC or SARFACI. So SARFACI will be attracted when security interest will be created. But for IBC, for lender, it is easily going approaching IBC, under IBC, NCLT for recovering their money. But I can tell you, IBC is not the process of recovery. So we need to understand small generators or big generator, whatever, whoever it is. They need to understand what is the object of the lender. If lender tries to recover their debt, so definitely it can be fight in the court on behalf of the generators.
Okay, but there's a resolution possibility.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
All right. So between Prapti and the resolution process, you're okay. Yeah? Renew is still looking very sad. I can't hear you.
By seeing the financial position of distribution companies, now okay, wow, Prapti we are getting. At that moment you are getting. When you're seeing the future, when they are not getting any revenue from the domestic as from the industries, so in future is dark.
Okay, so there's a dark future. So hold on a second. Are there any other generators here? Are there any big consumers sitting here?
Generators here, Prapti, I would say it has helped again.
Yeah. It has helped, but temporary, na, because this 4,000 crore deficit here and plus tariff shock. What about purchasing power of the consumer? Anyone has anything to say on consumer behalf? Has there been any study done? Because what the commission has done is they've clubbed it. So now when you clubbed it, the tariffs have gone up, apparently even for the rural areas. Though there's a concession for them, if you're in a panchayat area, then you get a certain discount of 30 paise or something. But the tariff has gone up. Anyone has any in terms of fixed charges? It's gone up. I don't know, sir. It's fixed. Okay, so can you explain that to us? I mean, overall tariff has gone down?
I think the overall tariff has increased. They've levelized what reduction has happened in terms of energy charges and demand charges. The escalation that's happened about 75 rupees per kVA kind of evens out. So what they've reduced, they've increased in terms of demand charges. And that I would say is against open access because we can't get any benefit on demand charge.
Court martial for you, but are you open access consumer? You're an open access consultant. How's business now?
It was very dark last month until this state has come out. It's kind of given some energy back to us. That's
Okay.
what happens with additional search.
All right. Breathing window. You're on oxygen then. Okay. Can you conclude, please?
All right. So, maximum of the cases with respect to discom agencies and the fight between discom agencies and the power generator companies, these matters end up going to SCRC, then APTEL, CARC, landing in Supreme Court. So again and again, what Supreme Court has emphasized on saying that as per Article 12 of the Constitution, Since these distribution agencies are sovereignly should be governed by the states, and that is the place where other agency, other adjudicating bodies, including CRC, should not be given even power to decide or to accept the changes with respect to the PPAs. All right. Now, so the problem or the blessing in disguise which comes here, the rights which have been given to the state governments under Article 12 can also be used as their responsibility. So suppose there is this is one of the recommendations which we're suggesting. So suppose there is a discom which has made 10, for example, 10 rupees default on a power generating company. This matter goes to insolvency, this matter goes to NCLT, or this matter goes to any other adjudicating authority. Instead of starting, eventually discoms are running on the virtuoso of the political and parliamentary aspects which are run by the state governments. The responsibility to make sure that the defaults are being cleared by the discoms and the energy distribution agencies can be fall on the state government. Prapti was one of the initial methods of doing that, but we need to go a long way, because if you are giving somebody the right to advocate and to manifest and control the percentage of the charge, whether default should be allowed or not, what is the duration, till what time they should clearing the default, then I believe the same authority should be made liable to carry responsibility if that distributing agencies create a default for more than a period of, let's say, 1 month or 2 months or 3 months. In that case, state government should be made responsible, because as of this moment we have power generated companies which are not solely acting in one state, but they are providing energy to more than one state at the time. So in this case, state government can be made responsible for this.
Okay, so what you're saying is that we should get more prepared in case the losses of the discoms go higher. Prapti scheme may also start getting not having the desired effect. What do you say, Mr. Consultant?
I think that sums it up. Yeah.
That sums it up. What's your name?
Aditya. Just Aditya, and I don't have a last name. I don't have a last name.
Okay, I heard you lost it. All right. Can we conclude, please? Thank you.
All right. So coming on to the remaining of the recommendations, I'll say that recommendations for the DISCOM include tariff revision, because there's a lot of debate already happened in the place. Not wasting my time. Improved metering and billing. As per the statistics which is given by Deccan Hardware, it was also confirmed by Reuters, which say that more than 48% of the billing of the household consumers which has been generated by discoms in the country are false and have a lot of inaccuracies. So we need a new advanced form of AMIs which comes into calculating how the surplus charges be paid, reduction in the technical losses, strengthening the revenue collection system. We have already discussed private public partnership, but I believe that if we are giving a chance to CL and other industries to collaborate, then I believe some decision making authority and control should be also distributed, because sole monopoly again creates not a very friendly system for any agency to operate. Now, recommendation, so just some legal recommendation for the policy. DISCOM should not be allowed in the first place to initiate multiple litigation against single power generation companies, because it amounts to palpable loss of business and
So
irreparable damage.
let me say something here. In the Prapti scheme, undisputed amounts owed is what is appearing.
Do not obey the award passed by the said adjudicating authority within a period of set time, whether it's 1 to 6 months, then as I already said, state government, other government should be given the responsibility of that to upsurge and expeditiously resolve the issue. Third, immediate guidelines with stringent effect should be issued to banks and financial institutions that if a power generating companies or companies which are to avoid expeditious insolvency producing, then no immediate SARFACI 13.2 and 13.4, and with reference to the Vidarbha Industries matter, as we all know, we can take that financial regulation should be taken into place. Okay. With that being said and done, I'll be here for any other further queries.
Round of applause for the young lady.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. We are not just going to play some animation for you to refresh your memory and to take back before we conclude for today some thoughts. So here goes. Hi, Mohanji. Not for what serious things you do, but for this kind of stuff. Okay.
You have every right for open access as per Section 42 of the Electricity Act, as long as you don't take any of my paying consumers. Secondly, if you go for open access, I will increase the cross-subsidy surcharge. I will put an additional surcharge. I will increase transmission charges. I will put wheeling charges. I will make sure that your transaction does not go through, and I will keep on getting a higher tariff as per the ARR that I file, since I am cost plus. If you're going to do that and keep on imposing higher tariffs on me, then how do you expect me to sustain my business? I will become uncompetitive. I will ultimately shut down because of your behavior. Also, you're directly violating Section 42, which clearly says that the cross-subsidy surcharge has to be reduced every year. Instead of that, you are increasing it, violating, and going against the act. In addition to that, you are charging additional surcharge, which is only to cover your inefficiencies, which is against consumer interest. I will not allow open access. I will not allow consumer choice. I will not allow intent and carriage. And I will not be allowed privatization of discoms because I have to survive. I'm doing a great social service. How come the social service and concern for the consumer is not for me? I'm also a consumer.
So this point on fixed charges, Mohan, we actually worked on this. You have it. Just let's play that. This Kudgi and Sholapur and Jhajjar, I remember studying 4 or 5 of them. The fixed charges are pretty high. So basically, I'm sure you know the history of this. Competitive bidding was mandated by CRC in 2011. NTPC went and signed 48,000 megawatts of non-competitively bid MOUs, which is converted into PPAs. So over to you. Yes.
You have two choices. Either you pay me or you pay me. Just to remind you, if you don't pay, I can get into the states eventually, and nor can you get out of contract. But your fixed charges are so high. You are not going through competitive bidding. It's too late. I have got 48,000 megawatts of non-competitive bid projects.
So neither can you get out of the contract, and you have to pay him his charges. And that's the beauty of what we are all going through. As a consumer of the state of Karnataka, I'd be very concerned, but there's nothing I can do. So we thought we'll share that with you. Do you want to share the last one? Because they came late. They can
Sir,
have
one
a
more.
look.
This pertains to the section 42 increasing of such charges. There, somewhere we are misguiding, I think, just for my knowledge. Like what we established the network and our distribution and transmission system, that time, like we are collecting this. We are not increasing the infrastructure. We are not developing the such charges. When we are developing this infrastructure, similarly, this cost is going up. We simply keeping this our system and increasing the tariff. We are not doing it. We are establishing the network.
I'm not clear. What's your question? 42.2 is for open access.
Yeah, it pertains to
See,
open access.
basically, I'll tell you that I've been doing this for 30 years. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So I'll tell you the problem. Discoms historically have come from the 1948 Act, right? So in 2003, we said, okay, now we're going to have this new act, blah, 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 and we're going to break up the discoms into, you know, what's happened in Karnataka, we got 5 discoms instead of Karnataka Electricity Board. Life was much easier when it was KEB, but it was huge, right? So I've been associated with KEB since 86 when Mr. Rudrapa used to be the chairman. But now what has happened is after you've got all these independent discoms and you got PCKL and then you got KPTCL and all that, what is happening is that there is this sense of, what should I say? In a sense, it's like there is no need for a discom to be efficient. I'll give you an example. One of our members in the 90s was National Grid of UK. They were Transmission Grid of UK. The regulator, they said, I don't care what you do, reduce my tariff by 5% every year. So every year, National Grid of UK would work on reducing the tariff by 5%. That was mandated. After some time, they couldn't reduce it anymore, right? So they went to South America, set up transmission lines for telecom purposes there, earn money from there and subsidize the consumer in UK. My point is, discoms today, it's absolutely clear they have to survive. We can't have a power sector without discoms. That's given. We can get rid of some generation, we can get rid of some IPPs, we can get rid of everybody else, but discom is required. That's clear. But how do we make sure that the discom becomes cash positive and the tariff starts coming down? That's the challenge. Because it's the only leg which is cost plus. Generation is in the competitive bidding. All that reverse auction, all that is going on. Uncle Piyush Goyal has brought that in. Trading is comparatively bid. And your transmission is also comparatively bid. But distribution is not comparatively bid. And that's where, if you remember, we tried to bring in content in carriage. It was shot down. BJP government tried very hard. I must say, hats off to them. Then they said, okay, we'll bring privatization of discount. That was shot down. Because they were seeing things like in Bhiwandi, Torrent Power, when they took over Bhiwandi, it had a loss of some 40-50% T&D loss, right? And all of a sudden, in 2 years, 1.5 years, making profit. What happened? So these brilliant businessmen, they went to these guys and said, listen, you want this cheap power? We'll give you 5 hours, 6 hours of power every day. Your looms will not work, okay? Look, to try and save this 1 rupee, 2 rupee that you are supposed to pay us, or 3 rupees at that time, you're losing so much of your production. And this is the profit you're losing. Instead of that, we'll give you 24-hour service, you pay us. Smart guys, the consumer understood, started paying, Torrent has become a success. So now looking at that and then looking at other places like Kanpur and other places where they tried to do it, they found it successful. So they said, now let's start privatizing. But this, state governments, including BJP states, said no. They also, you remember, there were 3 moves: content in carriage, privatization, and also there was this move to make discoms delicensing discoms, deregulating it. All three been shot. Why? Because the political motivation is there. Where my vote bank is there. And this all comes from old Maharashtra cooperative movement. If you remember, in Maharashtra, the sugar factories that first started coming up in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, they had their own power plants, they had their own schools, they had their own distillery, they had their own medical facilities. And the farmer had to, in the command area, give the sugar cane to the sugar factory. Sugar factory, political party controlled. Vote bank aa gaya. Simple mathematics. So when that comes in, then all this rationale doesn't work.
Right, sir. But distribution company alone not responsible for increasing the tariff. For example, now this increasing of the fuel charges, generators are purchasing high cost power coal. Even the commission is order given the directions up to 30%. You need not to take the permission from the distribution company to increase of this fuel charges up to 30%. Earlier 2019 original tariff order in the CRC, it was there only 10%. Now they are moving towards the 30% special order. They are not taking the permission from the distribution company. They are passing on to the consumer.
So let me say,
the tariff is going to increase.
Supposing you are the managing director of a private company called Bescom, private company. Your instruction from the board is make profit. What you will do? You will put in technology to make sure that you get real-time selling power to the highest person and start generating cash from there. I understand that fuel you can't do anything. You will start doing things which will be more competitive in terms of generating cash. Right now, cost plus hai, theek hai. Go to the commission. What will commission do, boss? At the end of the day, it's after all a commission. Na? He'll negotiate. Say, well, I'll give you 5% less, 10% less. You got a very good commission. You got a very good man.
Seriously, they're reviewing, sir. For whatever we are submitting, they're not taking simply. With all the what we have done in the past and what we are going to do in future for the development.
Okay.
All
Good
these
point.
things they will consider. Sir.
Good point. Supposing the commission doesn't give what you want as a discount, what happens? He gives you only half of what you require. Your revenue is 4,000 crores for Bescom. He says, I'll give you only 2,000 crores. Then?
So obviously, you always mention that distribution companies are already bleeding. It's further they will bleed. Nothing will happen.
This is exactly the problem. This is, thank you. Yes. You have articulated the problem beautifully. They'll continue to bleed. So we'll continue to have tariff increase.
That is not only their distribution company's mistake, sir. It is
only nobody else is bleeding that much, sir.
No. It is like we are collectively we are doing it. These policies are coming from the government level, and we need to give the
Sir,
power supply
ARR,
for the entire.
boss, listen. Everyone here is very knowledgeable.
Yes.
ARR is filed by the discoms, yeah, not the
Yes.
government, yeah. I mean, in the TV program, they said, "Arey, BJP is responsible, Congress is." I said, nobody is responsible. The ARR is filed by the discom. Nobody has, political fellows have no time to read thousand page ARR documents. Kiske paas time hai, boss? Have a heart. It's
Yes.
you guys that run the show, the engineers. I call you guys the engineering mafia. Nobody can fight you.
It's a fact. Everybody should accept this. Like how distribution companies are taking the whole burden of all other things from the generator side.
It's not supposed to.
No, it is.
I remember when I was advisor to KEB, 1992, 93. I don't know the name of the guy, but the person who was a driver there was getting a higher salary than the officer. Okay.
No, it's
Air
sir,
India.
salary. It is
Air India, classic example.
Yeah, sir. It is a salary we consider for overall our employee.
Overall is the problem, sir. You have to decide.
10%.
You have to decide whether the overheads from last 30 years which are building up have to be catered for, or you can cut them down. You can't cut them down. My dear friend Ashok Rao is the chairman or president of the Association of Engineers of India. Every time I see something, he says, "Harry sir, we will go on strike." What do I say? So this is the reality. But point is, we should not do a Goa here, where industry goes away from here. We want jobs here. Karnataka needs jobs, and we need to generate cash. We're doing very well in the service sector. In the manufacturing sector, we need.
It pertains to only section 42, sir. There are some commission is not simply increasing the surcharges. With proportionality, with inflation, they are going with surcharges. They are not increasing. I think
I agree with what you are saying, but
Yes.
by law it can't do it. The law forbids him from doing it. No reason for that. So I'll tell you what, other states, they're not touching CSS, they're touching additional surcharge. And they're trying to make out a case for that. Yes, sir. Huh? No. It's 9 rupees, 12 paisa. Huh?
KERC says the APPC is 4 rupees 26 paisa for the last year or current year, whatever it is. That is the order what they have given on, I think, 8th June. Huh? That is the calculation of the cost of power procured for the state weighted average cost.
But the same state regulator is saying that he doesn't have accurate numbers. So it's an assumption, no? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Patil, BB Patil. I'm from the consumer end.
Thank God.
We are
We were looking
consumers.
for
of
you
the
here.
power.
Where were you before?
So I'd like to share some of the points from the consumer point of view. There is a development.
As a consumer means you're in industry, you're in
Yeah, industry.
Okay.
It's industry based. It's a rural based. In the recent thing, there is an increase in the demand charges. But whereas for in our case, the slab, there were two slabs, slab 1 and slab 2, that has been made into a single slab, and now that has been reduced by 20 paise per unit. But on the other hand, definitely the demand charges have gone up. So ultimately, there is a extra cost to us, quite a considerable extra cost to us.
You have a tariff shock.
Yes. So now, other point is that there is one scheme called DRES by the DESCOM, wherein we can get the discounted energy charges for the differential power that we consume compared to the one base time period. So 2 years back, whatever it was, compared to that one, if there's any increase, that incremental power energy, we will get at a discounted price, which was earlier 6 rupees, now they have made it 5 rupees. So that's another thing where...
Is that loss of revenue?
For us, it's good.
I know, it's very good. You can celebrate, but question for a discom, it's a loss of revenue, no?
Yeah. See, on the other hand, probably...
No, but hold on, Mr. Consumer, good news for you. Next year, this, what you're enjoying now, 5 rupees and 6 rupees will come in your next tariff.
Yeah, that's true. But this time they have proved that it is reduced from 6 to 5. Tomorrow, what happens? It can reduce 5 to again go back to 6, or it can go back to 6, 5, 5 to 7, or they may altogether withdraw, or they may come back to again
There's
from 5 to 4.
uncertainty. There's uncertainty.
Uncertainty, and it is only for the some time period. But the time right now, what is shown, or what is the indication of this one, is that Discom has got excess power. So they have got the excess power, and they are selling. That's the reason we understand that way. Fine, whatever the reason may be, we look for the cheaper power, and we are opting for that as a consumer, apart from the group captive sources, whatever we have. Now onwards, probably because of this one, whatever quantity we were buying from the open access, which was attracting the CSS, AC, or the AC, we call it as ACS, or otherwise it was called as AS. All these things together, it was coming more than what the DRES costs. So in the previous years, we were opting for the open access third-party purchases for the differential quantum. But now onwards, it is becoming more attractive or more cheaper to buy under the DRES. This is what I wanted to convey to the IPPs.
Sir, आपने Tom and Jerry का cartoon देखा है?
Please, sir.
Tom is constantly running out to Jerry. Jerry is running from here to there. That is your position.
Yeah, we keep.
You find safety now, and at 5 rupees, enjoy for some time. Then you find Tom has found another way around to finish you off. Then again, open access is going to be short.
Yeah.
Because Discoms look on open access. See, I think the problem is not of Discoms. Ek second. Mohan, hold on.
No. I never said that. I never said that.
Hold on. See, we did a lot of work in Maharashtra in 2009 onwards on open access. Now, Maharashtra had an open access in 2010 of some 80 paise. By the year 2014, the open access charge with 4 components: cross-subsidy surcharge, additional surcharge, electricity duty on open access, and there was one more charge, I forget. Huh? Yeah? Transmission loss, transmission charge, taxes, yeah. So the cost of electricity was 3 rupees. All these charges put together was 5 rupees. Right? We kept on protesting. Then one day we had an informal chat with the, MDs of these companies are normally IAS guys. So, they know X amount, but the real work is the Mohans and PCKL madam who's sitting quietly listening. These are the real players of the game. So we had a chat with them. They said, listen, understand that in Maharashtra, at that time revenue was some 65,000 crores. I'm talking some 8 years back. Out of 65,000 crores, almost 35,000, 40,000 crores comes from these 15% of the consumers. We call them paying consumers. The guy who's a paying consumer can afford our power, but he wants to make an extra profit, so he's going on open access, but he's able to pay. And you guys on open access only want to catch hold of those guys who have the paying capacity. But that is hitting us, because then how will we subsidize the balanced people? So 15% is subsidizing the 85%. In that, government of Maharashtra judicially used to give the subsidy for agriculture, but that was not enough. Even that 50 paisa the farmer was not paying. The other thing we discovered was agriculture requires connection in water for, basically they want for irrigation, for 2,000 hours maximum in a year. You look at the cropping pattern and you look at this thing. We got this confirmation from the Royat Sangha, at that time head. He said, I require power only for 2,000 hours. What are you guys talking about agricultural tariff and all this bakwas? So there is a lot of, rightly so. I mean, this time I'm saying the Discoms are right. They're very concerned that they'll become unviable if they allow open access. So they use all kinds of things. For example, they started a new trick. If a consumer has like Bombay Airport, I remember, had a 20-25 megawatt connected load. And they said, if you go for open access, we'll reduce your contract demand. And then when you overdraw, we'll charge you 12 rupees 82 paisa as penalty. So naturally the consumer will say, forget it, yeah, why should I take a panga? It's all right, I would have saved 50 paisa here and there. My point is, multiple ways like Tom and Jerry, is done by discoms, but the solution is not there yet. We as a country, we as consumers, we as people have to find a solution to the problem. And solution to the problem is bringing in a balance, bringing in efficiency. There has to be a move to reduce tariffs in India, not to increase tariffs.
I fully agree with you, sir. This is what you are trying to develop to improve the efficiency. See, this question goes to Mr. Mohan. We have, as a Karnataka, we are surplus RE energies compared to many other states. Most of these RE energies are cheaper than your conventional power, right? So the combination of the conventional, RE power, which is cheaper, and the quantum being larger, in spite of that, cost is going up. It's gone up. No, we are not talking about you. No, hold on. I'm talking of the RE power itself. Whether it is cheaper for you or him or others is different.
There is no
The
fuel
cost of the
no?
power is cheaper.
See, like Adani, when he supplies you power, he's getting imported coal. The cost is 9 rupees, 10 rupees, 12 rupees. And when he's giving wind power, there's no coal cost. Mohan, take a mic, sweetheart. Take a mic, please.
In terms of money wise, sir, here RE is workforce to be for nearly 4 rupees is going to come for Karnataka for overall installed capacity if concerned. For conventional generator, our Talcher is nearly 2 rupee. This is a pitter stations. It's a thermal station. For Ramagundam is 2 rupee 80 paisa.
How old is Ramagundam? Yeah. That's
So
what I said in the beginning.
yes.
The cost has gone down.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Ramagundam gets coal, which is linkage hai na uske
yes,
paas.
sir. So immediate to there.
You give the Adani linkage coal, he'll also come down to 2 rupees, 3 rupees.
Their own business, they are masters in thermal.
No, let them be master, but they don't have linkage now. They need to get linkage.
Yes, they are trying with for Indian coals also now.
No, seriously, from the point of view of Karnataka and the consumers, I would say 1,000 megawatts can come at 3.5 rupees with linkage coal.
Sir, they are dealing with the pollution board. They are given like some of the cases we are I think distribution company has given up blending the coal of Indian. They are still running with imported coal.
It's exactly what I said. Yeah. Linkage coal is Indian coal, na boss?
No, sir. There it is internal with Adani, not with any distribution or state government.
Is your boiler size for Indian coal or no? Sizing of your boiler? Only?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. May I now invite our last speaker, Lord Sridhar Prabhu, who has come from the High Court. Sir, tell us how's life and what's going on. Please. I must thank him for his untiring efforts in supporting a not-for-profit like us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. In fact, I'm extremely glad that IPPAI has organized this program, which should have been indigenously organized by the minds within Karnataka. Thank you so much. Now, I propose to speak on 3 important issues confronting the generators, consumers, and allied stakeholders in the state of Karnataka. The first and foremost issue, the burning issue perhaps for most of the consumers and generators today in Karnataka, is the additional surcharge, which was at one point in time at very manageable levels. In fact, it was nil till 2020-21. And subsequently, the additional surcharge was introduced. Last year, when the additional surcharge was determined, a conscious decision was taken by KERC to peg it at 25% of the applicable additional surcharge for conventional power projects. Now, this year, the tariff order clearly says that 1 rupees 48 paise additional surcharge is introduced. Now, my purpose of speaking here is to tell how to attack this, how to understand this is one aspect. We are not academicians. We are not so much interested in how the numbers are arrived or how, what is the thematic edifice for all this introduction, etc. is one part of it. But how to attack and how it is irrational, how it is illegal from the point of view of the Electricity Act and allied legislation. First of all, if you see the Electricity Act, Section 42(5), the Electricity Act says the additional surcharge shall be as specified by the Commission. Now, the term specified is defined under the Electricity Act again to mean specified by way of regulations. So, very interesting aspect must be noticed that unlike tariff, additional surcharge is not determined but specified by way of regulation. Specified in common parlance is specified, any specification. It is not so as per the act. It is the strict rule of construction applies to any legislation. That dictionary provided in the act is the only guide for understanding the intent, legislative intent. So the term specified is defined to mean under the Electricity Act specified by way of regulations. Now KERC has not framed any regulations specifying the additional surcharge. KERC has determined it just like the way it has determined the consumer tariff, cross-subsidy surcharge and other charges. So on this count alone, the additional surcharge should go. The next ground is, if you see the open access regulations of Karnataka. In fact, Karnataka was one of the first states to introduce intrastate open access regulations. As per 11 clause 7 of the Karnataka Electricity Regulatory Commission open access regulations, you can go to the parent regulations, unamended regulations. Now, as per those regulations, additional surcharge has to be determined on a case-to-case basis. But whereas most commissions across India have been determining the additional surcharge on a generic basis, just as the way they determine the consumer tariff. Now, if you see the tariff philosophy also, each consumer has a particular tariff determined, irrespective of the cost of supply. If you take, for instance, an agricultural consumer, the cost of supply must be the highest. Because if you have to take power to that level, the cost of supply, of course, is very high, extremely high, the highest perhaps among the consumer categories. But then the commission determined tariff, CDT as we call it, is just about 4 rupees, 5 rupees as per the tariff orders, which the government pay. And the consumption of IP sets also is on a notional basis. It is on a specification basis because they have not metered the installations. They just say this is the notional consumption per IP set and that is extrapolated to the entire set. So each consumer category has a specified tariff, has a specific tariff. So
one sec, that means the Honorable Commission is passing an absolute number order
yes,
based on an assumption which is not verified.
Yes, yes. You can see the...
Is that legally valid?
No, okay. Totally illegal. See why now that takes me to the question that why the tariffs are on an increase. It is because the entire IP set cost or the consumer category cost, the subsidized category costs are either notional or not fully recovered through that consumer category. It does not reflect the cost of supply to those categories. About 50%, acknowledgedly in the tariff order, about 50% of the tariff is being paid by the subsidizing categories. Now that is all right. That is a fact of life. But then if you take the IP set consumption itself on a notional basis, what they call, there is a particular terminology employed in the tariff order. It is called a specific consumption. What is specific consumption? It is not the specific consumption of an IP set. It is a specific consumption per kilowatt per hour, per year, sorry. If they say, and that is different for each ESCOMs, mind you. For BESCOM it is different, for HESCOM it is different, for GESCOM it is different. How can IP set of one ESCOM be totally radically different from the consumption of another ESCOM IP set? So, be that as it may, my point is, each consumer category has a specific tariff. Then why not a specific category, why not a category specific additional surcharge? That is not done, it is done across the globe. Now, the third ground is, now as per the Government of India's Green Energy Open Access rules.
Just hold on, just can you go back to the point you just made?
Yes.
that it has been applied across the board. What do you mean by that? I thought additional surcharge could be applied where somebody was asking for open access, whereas the state was able to supply him since at surplus power, etc. We had discussed this before you came.
Yes.
What is the position on that?
See, the additional surcharge is determined for all category of consumers uniformly. See, the cross subsidy surcharge for HT2A is different from cross subsidy surcharge for HT2B or for LT2 or whatever. But additional surcharge is common. How?
That's what I'm asking
Illogical.
you. I'm asking you.
Yeah, I am asking.
So
If
can you
there is
explain
somebody
why,
from the
how
commission-
can additional surcharge be imposed in the first place?
No, that is something fundamentally important. Additional surcharge, the rationale, the reason for imposing the additional surcharge is the standard power according to the KERC. Suppose there is standard power and you are paying fixed cost unnecessarily to a generator without taking power, you have to incur fixed cost in respect of that generator, and that is why the additional surcharge.
This is what was discussed before you came, and my friend from the SLDC was sharing with me that at night we are overdrawing power now, we don't have power at night.
Yes.
So then I asked him, I said, during the year, if there's any period where there is a shortage of power, can this additional surcharge be charged for that period also, when there is a shortage of power?
Well, I was precisely answering that question. See, the regulations framed by the KERC, the Green Energy Open Access regulations say, and that is based again on the rules framed by 2022 rules of the central government. If you are paying fixed cost, no additional surcharge shall be levied. See, I am taking care of standard power. The fixed cost that I am paying as a consumer includes all your standard cost, fixed cost, variable cost, all that is included in the fixed charge, which again has been increased now. I'm told, in fact, the commission has said that the recovery of the fixed cost expenses of the ESCOMs last year was around 53%. Now it is around 70%. Now, interestingly, this time in the commission's order, fixed cost has been imposed on IP sets also. We fought for it. We said, you are not charging any fixed cost for IP set consumption. You are charging only for industrial users. So where is the question? Why IP set users should not pay the fixed cost? They have now imposed. Now that has become 70. Now the recovery of cost through the fixed cost element has gone to around 70-71%. Now there is no scope to increase. In fact, when Philippos Mathai was the chairperson of the KERC, he raised an interesting question that when you increase fixed cost, there is no obligation to supply. It's like giving a parallel. So if there is no variable pay, there is fixed pay. 71% of your total cost is your fixed pay. And where is the incentive to supply? So even be that as it may, now 70% is being recovered from fixed cost. Now where is the question of additional surcharge? So the Green Energy Open Access rules, regulations clearly say that once you pay fixed cost, there is no question of payment of additional surcharge. Now third is, the entire basis for determination of additional surcharge is the PCKL data. I'm sure we have friends from utilities. Now PCKL is neither a utility, neither a licensee, nor a distribution. I mean, it is not a statutory entity. It is a company formed by the government of Karnataka, enabling purchase, collective purchase from all ESCOMs. Fair enough. If they provide, and the data that they have provided is not in the public domain, it was not made available to the objectors. One aspect. Second is, the data is from 2021, April 21, or even sometime prior to that also. My question is, if that data was available last year also, has it not been factored in the additional surcharge determined by 22? There was a tariff order passed in 22. So that is based on the standard, whatever, standard power from April 21 onwards till 20, say about November is the time when the tariff petitions are filed. From April 21 to November 21, the data was available and was factored in determination of additional surcharge. So there is no question of determination of additional surcharge again. And now one interesting argument is, BESCOM said, I'm just giving an example of BESCOM, that they paid around 415 crores and CESC paid around 183 crores without taking any power from the generators. Now, this data again is from April 2021. Let us presume these figures are gospel truth. If that data was available at the time of filing in November 21, why that was not factored? Now, can a utility claim twice? Now, April 21 data to November 21 data, you have factored and the additional surcharge is determined last year. Around the same figure, I think it was 130, 140. Again, 25% of that was fixed for renewable sources. So the additional surcharge levels have remained same for last year and this year, generally. But last year, they gave a concession of 75% exemption was provided to renewables. Now that already has been factored in the last tariff order. Now, suppose those fixed costs have been paid to the generators without off taking power. Now I question, why was it paid? Now, for instance, I don't know, NTPC, are we obligated to purchase that power from the central pool or from others when there is no specific approval granted by KERC? This issue we have been raising from last 6-7 years, that under the Electricity Act, whatever power purchase agreements that you execute with whatever parties has to be approved by the commission. That is a known fact. Even if the tariff is determined by CERC or any other Telangana commission or some other state commission, that again has to be approved by this commission if you want to pass through. Now, one interesting argument advanced by ESCOMs all these years has been that no, it is determined by CERC, I can't help it. So what? Now, whether that power is required for Karnataka or not is the prerogative of the KERC. Now, for this stranded power, I am pointedly questioning, for this stranded power which you are obligated to purchase for all these years, whether there is an approval of KERC, whether there is a PPA approved by KERC, whether that quantum was approved by KERC, then how KERC can factor that as part of the additional surcharge computations? So, commission has increased the fixed cost now. In fact, one element is if you are paying fixed cost, then additional surcharge is not payable at all. Now, even presuming that you are not recovering your entire cost through the fixed cost element, now I told you about there has been a 70 paise increase, overall increase in the fixed cost. Now, fixed cost recovery has been one of the highest in Karnataka, so there is no rationale for collection. Then finally, this additional surcharge should have been in the, you cannot determine additional surcharge in general tariff proceedings. You should have a separate public hearing convened where there should be a complete investment of mind on the core issue of additional surcharge. One important aspect that we all miss is we don't object to the tariff hearings. Many generators think it is none of our business. Very few generators I could see in HESCOM, WESCOM, people came. I attended 3 public hearings, Mangalore, Hubli and Bangalore. Mangalore, I could not see any generators, but Hubli, I did see some major generators coming there and participating and objecting to these things. Now, the moment you question this in the court, the first question court will ask is, why did you not file your objections? Where are your objections? How to test it on the anvil of something? I mean, if you had filed an objection, 80% of the task would have been complete. So we think as generators, our only task is to sell power and get money, not to object, not to participate, not to be part of any participative, consultative processes that the KERC does.
Can I ask the generators why you do that? Renew
participated, I think. In HESCOM, I could see.
Sir, why don't you object publicly?
Yeah,
nobody heard your objection.
Others, we don't normally think that it is our concern. Consumer jhagda hota hai. Okay. So now let us come to cross subsidy. I'll be very brief. Now, cross subsidy surcharge, if you see, there is a formula introduced in the tariff policy which is internalized in the KERC regulations. Now, as per that, if the tariff increases, now there is a formula will say that from this category of consumer who was paying me 10 rupees, if you rob him from me, you will have to compensate that much profit from me, for me. So if he is paying 5 rupees, then the profit element suddenly comes down. Now, I'll tell you, for the purpose of computation of surcharge in Annexure 3 and 4 in the KRC calculations, if you see, tariff has been taken at 10 rupees, 10 rupees 29 paise for HT2B consumers. But under DRES scheme, what is the tariff applicable for a consumer? 5 rupees. How much profit can I make if I snatch from you a 5 rupees customer? In fact, you should pay me. You should pay me, because every unit your cost of supply is 8 rupees, 9 rupees, according to the tariff order. Now your cost of supply is 8 rupees. You are supplying at 5 rupees. If I snatch that customer, you have to pay me 3 rupees. Now this is simple logic. Elementary mathematics, elementary school mathematics. That component T is the key for cross subsidy surcharge. And Commission had applied DRES scheme only for HT consumers till last year. Now they have applied to LT consumers also. So every consumer today in Karnataka is entitled to get 5 rupees power. So if your cost of supply is more than 5 rupees acknowledgedly in the tariff petition, and you are supplying at 5 rupees, and I am snatching away that customer, I am making a favor to you. So this question has never been answered. Now, Commission said why they want to continue DRES scheme is because ESCOMs asked for it. Now, why ESCOM should incur loss by supplying at 5 rupees? That is one element. Second is most important, whether predatory pricing is permissible under the Electricity Act. No, as per the Electricity Act, you can't have a predatory pricing, and it is anti-competition. So the Electricity Act very clearly says that you cannot predatorily price your power structures. If you do that, you are violating the Electricity Act, and therefore the cross subsidy surcharge fixed by taking power cost at 9 rupees is illogical and illegal. Now, as per the KERC surcharge, now average cost of supply is 6 rupees 29 paise at 66 kV level and 6.85 paise at 11 kV and 33 kV level for BESCOM. Now, interestingly, I'll tell you an interesting aspect which has not been challenged. In fact, we wanted to challenge, we didn't get clients. That the power allocation in Karnataka is totally unscientific. The power allocation, the costliest power is allocated to BESCOM and MESCOM, and cheapest power is allocated to HESCOM and JESCOM. Now, how? Now, power allocation or power purchase agreement allocation is the prerogative of KERC. KERC never does that. There is a government order. Whether government has not been distanced from policy making, is it not an interference in the tariff fixation? Now, when you have carved out 5 ESCOMs in your logic, now the allocation of power purchase should be based. Now, PCKL has been constituted, which is the sole agency to purchase power.
Sir, one academic, just for my information, under section 107, I think 107 or 108,
yes,
there is a provision for the state government to intervene in the fixation of the tariff.
No,
you just clarify this.
I don't think the government has
section 107 or 107, 108 for central
107
government.
is by central government.
108 for state government.
State government. Now, Hariji, now you get the inventive
way of clarification.
Yes, yes. See, government cannot interfere in tariff fixation. Government can interfere in giving free power supply, but it cannot interfere in reduction or increase in the tariff. It is not within the powers of the government, but government can ask them to re-look into the rationale and logic for tariff determination. That's it.
Yes. Even
so that anybody can ask.
One approach we went with the HVDC project. There we have requested central government to intervene for this HVDC. I think Puglur, Raigad and Puglur case.
Right.
There we are considered requesting to 108.
See, now tomorrow, taking that logic, what if the government tomorrow issues a direct? Now, if you allow the government to intervene in tariff fixation, what if government tomorrow says that all these generators have recovered their cost, fix their tariff at 2 rupees? If they have power to reduce this tariff, they have power to reduce that tariff also. So let us be mindful of the fact that tariff cannot be interfered with by the government directly or indirectly. Now, other interesting. Yes, there are judgments to that effect.
Under 108, Is there a bar under in the act which says that these
implied bar, because the function of tariff determination has been given to the KERC.
correct?
And
What if in the opinion of the government the tariff fixation has not been done properly? Then
see, the act says if you think that a tariff has to be reduced for a particular category, then you have to give the subsidy for that in 2 months. 2 months advance subsidy has to be given. That, see, the entire power, once it is in law, it is called the occupied field. Once a particular authority has been given the powers to determine the tariff, I think the other authorities cannot interfere. Now, now taking the cue from what you just now said, CRC has determined the power purchase cost of central generating station units and other interstate units. KRC has blindly adopted it. Now, can CRC determine the tariff for Karnataka? No, but then see, every single power project which is approved by CRC has been blindly accepted by Karnataka. Now, if you can do that, do this also. I mean, the government directs them to reduce the tariff. They should. You can take central government power. You have to take central government directions also.
Sir, here also one clarification. Under section 62, I think I'm 62 and 63, for ESGS generator, this tariff is determined by the CRC.
Correct.
How we can KRC can disobey that? It is only for these under 63 state generators. Yes.
Right. I have a unique power project, interstate power project. The cost is 100 rupees per unit. I get a determination from CRC. Whether any utility is obligated to purchase that power.
They will file a petition.
What petition? No, CRC has determined the tariff. That is like fixing a MRP. If I want that or not, whether Karnataka's consumers want that or not, should be decided by KERC, isn't it? Just because some commission, now see, Telangana Commission has fixed the tariff for some thermal projects. Just because they have fixed it, whether purchasing that is a prudent decision or not is to be determined by the KERC. Just because some unit has got some tariff fixed. Whether as a pass-through, is it rational to pass through, that is the prerogative of the commission.
Sir, the question then comes, if the commission hasn't applied its mind, then can the government under 108 tell it to apply its mind and change it?
Yes.
And would that not be interference?
Yes, the government can say under 108, state government can say, you have taken some central government stations, CGS stations power. That CGS power is not approved by KERC, the PPA is not approved, you are blindly following it, stop taking power from there. Automatically the power may come down. That is possible. That is possible. It cannot say you reduce or increase the tariff. You say stop purchasing from so and so in public interest. Again, 108 employs the word public interest. So even the CSS calculation, I wanted to tell you an interesting fact. APPC calculations we are all aware. Average pooled power purchase cost, right? If you see APPC calculations, you will find about 4 rupees, 4.5 rupees as the APPC. 426. Okay. Now, what is the average cost of supply taken by commission in determining the CSS? Please check that. It is in excess of 8 rupees. So, how? Now, same commission, same data is available. For fixing APPC, you fix one tariff. For fixing cross subsidy, you fix another. See, what I am saying is, you don't think it from a generator's perspective or consumer's perspective. Be scientific and see the same commission, can the same commission, same body with bestowed with same powers, same data, can fix different average purchase costs for different purposes. For cross subsidy, there is one cost. For average tariff determination, there is one cost. That's also interesting. Consumer tariff determination, one cost. For additional surcharge, I don't know what cost has been taken. So this is completely unacceptable. Then one interesting aspect I'll tell you. This tariff order, there was a lot of hangama all around. There were strikes by industry associations. People didn't understand what actually hit them. Now, if you see, it is given retrospective effect, right? Simple. Now, I ask you that whether retrospective effect can be given to a tariff order. Any tariff order should be prospective. Now, people may ask me, where is the prohibition? Under KER Act, Karnataka Electricity Reforms Act, any tariff will come into effect after 8 days from the publication in the newspapers. If you see section 29(8) of the Reforms Act, which is, I think, there are parimateria legislations all over. Any Reforms Act will have it. Andhra Reforms Act, Karnataka Reforms Act. So, My question is, why then the legislature wanted this to be published 8 days in? So once you publish that in the newspaper, from thereafter 8 days the tariff comes into force. So does it not mean that you cannot give a retrospective effect? It is implied only from the date of publication. So this tariff cannot take a retrospective effect. This, I think, is one interesting aspect which can be applied in all the state commissions which have given retrospective. Now, one thing they said was that there was code of conduct. Now, code of conduct was prevalent till what? May 2016. Now, when did the order pass? When? Huh? Huh? Huh. So how 12th the code of conduct was applicable on 12th also? Huh? No. Code of conduct is beyond elections also. Find out when did the code of conduct end and when was the tariff order passed. Now, in the tariff order, they don't say code of conduct. Now, does it bar any court? Now, why should the High Court pass an order? If the code of conduct is the issue, no High Court, no Supreme Court should pass an order in any case, right? Then this is also quasi-judicial body, is not affiliated to any political party. Why code of conduct? Now, electricity supplies also should be stopped. If supplying itself is so political, supply itself should be stopped. So, code of conduct has no impact on quasi-judicial bodies. Okay, you passed the order in 12, you gave effect. If you had passed it then, I would have paid the amount. This amount accumulated. So this is another issue. Now, finally, there is one interesting aspect on cross subsidy I would like to share with you. Any project commissioned in Karnataka before March 2018, any solar project is exempt from cross subsidy, not exempt from ACS, by the way, additional surcharge. Okay, there was no additional surcharge then. Now also, they are not exempt. So my question is, how is there a power vested in the regulatory commission to exempt a particular category of people from paying the cross subsidy surcharge? Cross subsidy surcharge is consumer specific. The cross subsidy surcharge is paid by consumer. How can you determine a generator installed in particular time? Acha, all right. Now let us accept that they have power to exempt. Is it not hostile discrimination? Under 86(1)(e), all renewable energy projects should get benevolent treatment. Now you are selecting one project, and that too you are fixing a commissioning date, saying that you commission prior to that will be exempt. Now all right, exempt everybody then. Exempt all projects commissioned prior to March 2018. I'm not saying the people who got this benefit they should continue to get. But others also should get. Then this cross subsidy surcharge and additional surcharge is now, on a very emotional basis, they say, if you stop this, consumers cannot see. It has nothing to do with, now I don't know. In the tariff order passed for last several years, I have been checking whether any separate account is maintained, how much cross subsidy is received, how much of that went in mitigating the cross subsidy impact for other consumers. Has anybody seen any accounting separately maintained? Routinely they write, you maintain a separate account. Where is the separate account? Even if it is maintained, where is it that you have shown that because of so much collection from this category, I am imposing this, so much is not recovered. So no account is maintained. And at least KRC has not discussed that aspect. They have, and how cross subsidies, they took your tariff, 10 rupees is the tariff, say. How 10 rupees is arrived, I don't know. They have taken some number. 20% of that is your cross subsidy. Simple mathematics. No calculations made. If now 5 rupees is the DRES scheme tariff. What is 25% of 5 rupees? That should be the cross subsidy. Now, but you have to juxtapose this with the cost of supply. Your cost of supply is 8-9 rupees. Your supply is, this one is 5 rupees. So, ulta minus cross subsidy should be levied. And I'm sure most of us are paying fixed cost. So, to the extent that we pay fixed cost, no additional surcharge should be levied. So, this is the basic argument that we took up. And Karnataka High Court stayed the operation of KERC's tariff orders and imposed I think 25 paise, 35 paise as the additional surcharge. And in respect of cross subsidy, it was specifically said that if as per the Government of India's open access regulations, green energy open access regulations, the cross subsidy is fixed, pegged for 12 years. The only increase is permissible up to 50% in this 12-year block. So whatever was the original cross subsidy at the time of grant of the wheeling and banking, 50% more than that is payable. So that is only an interim arrangement. But if you ask me, there should be a serious rethink on the very rationale and philosophy of imposition of cross subsidy and additional surcharge. Thank you so much for the opportunity conferred.
I think, Mr. Prabhu, if you'd only come to us earlier, we'd have been much fresher and much more receptive to this very exciting presentation you gave us. Now we are thoroughly confused. At least I am. I thought we were going in a certain direction and striking a balance, but now I find that I'm confused. So I think the best way to fix confusion is to let's have a break. And if there are any questions, please do it offline because we are now running against time and we have to disappear from here as well. So I want to thank our friends who have come from PCKL, SLDC. I don't know anyone is here from KPTCL. Bescom se koi nahi hai? Oh, you're from Bescom? Who's from Bescom? What happened to the board meeting? Okay, you're not board meeters. Okay, but thank you for coming. The idea of this discussion and dialogue is to better understand the problem, not only regarding this tariff order, but generally, because ultimately, whether you work in government or private sector, we're all consumers in some form or the other, and we are going to get hit or affected rather by whatever happens to the tariff. So thank you very much. I want to thank all our friends who have come. Thank you so much for coming. We are going to put together some suggestions and recommendations. We're going to put it on our website, and if you be kind enough to share your cards with my friend Gulrez, we'd be happy to mail it to you as well. And thank you very much. Have a nice day. We got some refreshments for you. Please have them, enjoy it, and have an offline discussion. Thank you very much.